Namaste to everyone present here. We are in the fifth day of the refresher course on research methodology being organized by Daulat College, University of Delhi, in collaboration with Malviya Mission Teachers Training Center, that is GAD-MMTTC, a center of UGC and Ministry of Education, SGTB, Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And today we have Professor Alka Chawla ma'am with us to lead us to the refresher course, especially meant for the sciences, that is Embarking on NEP, Research Methodology for Science Excellence. Without further ado, I would request Dr. Sonika Sharma to come forward and introduce our speaker for the session to all the participants.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Professor Alka Chawla is the professor in charge at Campus Law Center, University of Delhi. She is a PhD in copyright law from University of Delhi and teaches intellectual property, administrative law, and jurisprudence. She's figured in the top 100 powerful women in law list released by the World IP Forum in 2021 and 2017. She is nominated as a national expert on intellectual property by the European Trade and Business Council. She's mentor to Intellectual Property Protection Organization, advisor to National IP Organization, and member Education Committee FICCI. She is also the recipient of the Teacher of the Year Female Award in 2018 by the Indian National Bar Association. Her CV is very long, and we are so impressed.
Please.
While
You're all colleagues
she
here.
has also authored books on copyright law. So without spending too much time and coming in between you and the participants, I invite you to please deliver your talk on copyright and plagiarism. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Kamna and Dr. Sonika. And I am closely related to Daulat and Khalsa College. I did my first year from Daulat and second and third year from Khalsa College. You know, being a girl child of those days, my father said that, the first college which enters the campus from Karol Bagh side is Daulat so you take admission there. So I have my fond memories.
It is a coincidence that you are associated with both the collaborators of this research.
Thank you so much. So can I just have my PPT? Can I share it?
Just let me make you the co-host, ma'am.
Yes.
And you are the co-host, so you will be.
I can. Okay. 1 second. Where is it? You will have to just give me a minute,
Yeah, sure, ma'am. You will have to minimize this window and go to your presentation.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. ये minimize नहीं हो पा रहा. Just a second, please, huh?
मैम एस्केप करके कर लीजिए.
प्रेजेंटेशन करना होगा. मिनिमाइज नहीं हो पा रहा.
मैम एस्केप कर लीजिए.
अच्छा. I'll join again in a minute, okay?
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Presentation to निकाल. Is the PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm audible also, obviously. Okay, it's visible now.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about copyright and plagiarism. I think which is important for all the academicians. So you will have a number of, I think, speakers talking on patents and projects, etc. I thought I'll take this up. In order to, first of all, people keep on using these two terms, copyright and plagiarism, without even understanding what they mean. I would like to first go into the meaning of the copyright and plagiarism. Now, why is it not moving further? Okay. Let's begin first with plagiarism. Plagiarism is a common English language word. And what it means is that you're taking someone else's work and passing it off as your own. Say, for example, the work is written by somebody called Anita, and Alka Chawla says that it is my work. That is what is plagiarism. It's a violation of moral, ethical, and organizational norms. Like, for example, why I say organizational norm is University of Delhi, if it has a policy and it says that you cannot take away anyone's idea or work, etc., that is what would amount to plagiarism. And it is the organizations which enforce sorry, it's not copyright infringement, which enforce plagiarism. But copyright, whenever we talk about violation of copyright, I'll go into more details into this. It's just the beginning that I'm trying to tell you. As far as copyright infringement is concerned, there is a Copyright Act of 1957, which has been amended a number of times. Whatever provisions are given in the Copyright Act, if anyone violates those provisions, then there is a copyright infringement and you can go to the court for its enforcement. So organizations enforce plagiarism, whereas courts enforce copyright infringement. There are a number of aspects on which both the plagiarism and copyright would converge, but there are certain aspects on which the copyright and plagiarism are treated differently. So I will first take up copyright. Right. If you go through the entire, I'm not asking you to go through the entire act, because whenever I have seen in my experience, whenever you say act, sometimes science people, they feel that no, it's something complicated. No, there's nothing complicated about it. There are certain general principles which govern the entire copyright law. First of all, it's a statutory right, which means whatever is given in the Copyright Act, we have to go strictly according to it and we cannot go outside it. Secondly, the moment you create your work, a copyright is created in your work. Many times people get scared that we have not registered our work. There is no need of registration. The moment a work is created, it is copyrightable. So that means there is no mandate to register. So the question can be, what is the purpose of registration then? The purpose of registration is that the moment you get your work registered, it's a prima facie evidence that it is your work. Now, what this means is that there is no doubt there is a prima facie evidence that it is your work, but anyone can at a later point of time say that no, it is not your work, it is my work, and with evidence one can prove it. So, putting things shortly, there is a benefit of registration, but registration is not mandatory. So, the moment you create your work, copyright law comes into existence. Third important factor under Copyright Act is that whenever you create a work and you publish it, that means it is not really into your domain now. You have published it. Can please, whoever is speaking may unmute. Somebody is speaking, I think. So what this means is whenever your work is published, it gets into public domain. And when it gets into public domain, then your rights vis-a-vis public, they need to be balanced. I will give you an example. First of all, I create a work, I have a copyright means that I have an exclusive right on my work. The work is my baby. I can make use of the baby. I can do anything with my baby. But at the same time, I have published it. That means I've brought it before the public for the public to use it. And the moment I give it to the public for the public to use it, and later on, you see, sometimes what happens is it's human nature. I may start feeling that, okay, I'm not going to let my work remain in the public now. I'm going to take it back. That is something you cannot do. Once having published, you cannot for unreasonable reasons take it back from the public's purview. Anyone can file an application to the Copyright Office and say that this is a good work, we need it. The author is not bringing it, to we cannot have access to it. So I can make it accessible. The Copyright Office can grant you a permission and say, all right, you publish it now. This is what is referred to as compulsory licensing, as we have compulsory licensing under patents. That means for certain reasons, you can have a compulsory licensing. Similarly, for copyright, you can have a public licensing. Another very important fact of balancing is we are all academicians. And as Sonika ji said that I have a long CV, I think all of us have a long CV. It is only because unless and until we publish, unless and until we speak at various forums, we cannot go further in life. So for the purposes of speaking, for the purposes of writing an article, for the purposes of writing a book, I need to take the help of others. Others have already written about it. And what am I doing? I'm researching, right? So it's not search, it is research. Research means that the work is already available and I am trying to look at that work and I'm making use of that work also. But I can make use of that work only in a fair manner. And fair manner means that the moment I look at your work and use your work, I must attribute that the work belongs to you. I can use it without your permission. I don't have to go for, if I write an article and if I were to take permission of various authors, I think in one lifetime I can only write one article. So that is not what is required. You can make use of the work of other people, but what is required is that you must take their permission. That is what is referred to as balancing act. And in the copyright law, you will find that there are a number of incidents given where a person can make use of another person's work without taking permission. Okay. Copyright vests in original work. Since you're science people, let me tell you one thing, that as far as patents is concerned, your idea has to be original. It has to be novel, something new, which others had not heard of or even thought of. That is why we have the criteria of novelty and non-obviousness. But as far as copyright law is concerned, we do not have the criteria of novelty, we have the criteria of originality. And originality means that the form or expression of an idea emerges from the author. The expression has to be original. The idea may have been somebody else's also. And why we have this is basically because let's take an example of Bollywood industry. 99% of the Bollywood films are based upon the idea of romance. They are based upon the idea, let's take an idea of from poor to riches, how do you become? How you enter into an altercation and then suddenly there's a love and then there's a love triangle and then whatever happens. These are the basic themes or ideas of all movies. That is something which is not protected. Because if we start protecting the themes if we start protecting historical facts, if we start protecting the ideas and not allow anyone else to use it, then the entire art and culture industry would come to an end. So ideas are not protected, themes are not protected, facts are not protected, but what is protected is the expression of an idea, right? And when I say copyright, it does not mean one single right. It means a number of things, which I will give to you in a minute's time. Right? All right, let me first come to this. As far as copyright law is concerned, the areas that it deals with is original literary, dramatic, musical, artistic works, cinematograph films, sound recordings, broadcasts, performances by performers. All this is covered by the Copyright Act. Now, let me first talk about the rights of the copyright owners. As I said, copyright is not a single right. I have created a work. I am the author of the work. I am the owner of the copyright, right? When I am the owner of the copyright, what are the rights that are given to me because I have copyright on it? First of all, I have a right to reproduce the work, including storage in any medium by electronic means. That means storing of work in the computer is my right. Right to issue copies of the work to the public. Right to communicate to public or performance in public. Right to make a sound recording or a film. Right to make a translation. Right to make any adaptation. And commercial rental right in case of computer programs, films, and sound recordings. All these rights, they belong to me because I'm the copyright owner. See, if I'm the copyright owner, a number of things can happen. And, in 2016, our present government, they came up with an IPR policy. And very categorically, IPR is intellectual property rights policy. And very categorically, it is written there that the intellectual properties are to be considered as your economic assets. Why they're considered as economic assets are because it is treated as property, it is treated as an asset, you have an ownership on it, you can earn money out of it. And see, if you create one work, you can actually license it to a number of people, assign it to a number of people, and you can earn money by different means. Say, for example, I've written a story. I can publish it. I can translate it myself. I may know one language, I may not know the other languages. So, what I may do is I may ask, say, A to translate it in Punjabi. So, because I'm giving work to the person to translate it in Punjabi, I would definitely want some money from that person. I may ask B to translate it in Kannada. I may ask C to translate it in Bengali. So, there are different peoples to whom I'm giving the right of translation, and I'm receiving money from all of them. Again, same work. I've written a story. Someone finds it good and wants to make a film. The producer comes to me. I say, all right, you take my story, but in return, you give money to me. Right? So, different people creating different works out of my own work, and I'm getting money from them. These rights of copyright owners, they exclusively belong to the copyright owner. Means I've created a work. The rights, all these rights which are mentioned here, they exclusively belong to me. I can only license those rights to someone. I can assign those rights to someone. I can sell those rights to someone. That is what is important. Right? Now, whatever I
May I ask a
yes,
question?
yes, please.
When we allow someone to translate our work, then the
Yes.
copyright is with whom now? With the original person?
All right. What happens is I will tell you. Let me go back to the rights. As I said, these are the rights of the copyright owner, right? One of my rights is to make translation. Now, what I do is I tell you to translate my work in some one particular language. Okay. It is only on and then I enter into a contract with you. It is very, very important to look at the contract and look at the terms of the contract. But even if you don't enter into a contract, suppose you've not entered into a contract, then what will happen? Then the situation is that the right to make a film, the right to make a sound recording, right to issue copies of the work to the public, they all belong to me. It is only in the translated work your right vests. And translated work means publishing of the translated work or simply on the translation. There is no other right with you. Have I made myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll again repeat. I have created a work. Okay. I ask you, it's in English. I ask you to translate it in Hindi. In the Hindi translated version, you have a right. But if somebody wants to make a film, Hindi film on it, they will have to come to me because the original story vests with me. I have a right to make a film. I have a right to make a sound recording. I have a right to publish it. You have no right on it.
This is in case an exclusive contract has not been made, but in contract, some rights have been transferred. Then according to the contract,
Then according to the
things,
contract.
contract they will be followed.
Yes, then according to the contract.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone can ask me a question in between. If I feel that it will be covered later on, I will tell you that, you wait for some time. Yeah. All right. Let me come to this now. Now, whatever I'm speaking, I will generally, refer to the print media. But what is important is that whether those principles are applicable to the digital media also or not. That is something which is important. And I want to tell you that at the functional level, internet is only a communication technology that all of us know. So any type of information which can be translated to digital form can be transported by the internet. So anything which is copyrighted in the print media will have the same application of principles in the copyright media also, in the digital media also. So copyright materials, so what the third point is saying is, copyright materials sent over the internet or stored on web servers are treated in the same manner as copyright material in any other media. The fact that they are made available on the internet does not constitute a waiver of copyright, nor does it carry any implied license for anyone to download or reproduce the material without the permission of the copyright owner. But here, I would like to say that we have the fair dealing provisions. And one of the fair dealing provisions is that you can store the work for your private personal purposes. But you can't store the work and send it to hundreds and thousands of people. Because if you do that, that may amount to violation of copyright. So there is, as I said before, when I talked about the balancing right between the author and the public, there are a number of provisions which are given under the fair dealing provisions. They're called fair dealing provisions, though the word fair dealing is not used anywhere. These are basically saying acts not amounting to copyright violation, right? So a copyright infringement. Say, for example, that will make things very easy for you. We all know that we have a barat system. दूल्हा जा रहा आगे घोड़ी पे बैठ के, and we are all dancing in front of that घोड़ी, and suddenly somebody says, भाई ये वाला गाना बजा, मुझे इस पे नाचना है. Now if you were to take permission for that barat from the producer of that song, or composer of the song, then what will happen? The entire masti and the entire fun of barat will go away. So it is given in the act itself that anything related to marriage ceremonies, if you're running any song, etc., you don't need permission. But yes, if you are using those songs in a hotel, that becomes a commercial use. So there you will have to take the permission of producer or the composer, whatever the provision is. So that is how a number of provisions are made in the Fair Dealing Act, where you don't have to take permission of the author concerned. This is basically, but otherwise for everything. So same is the case for downloading also. You can download anything for your personal usage, but not for the purposes of taking it before the public. We are all teachers. we can download anything and use it. That's also one of the provisions which is given is you can use it for your teaching purposes. You can give it to your class rampantly, the whole thing, and say that, all right, this is what I'm giving to you. You can use it, but it has to be related to the syllabus. If it is not related to the syllabus, then that also would amount to copyright infringement or violation, whatever you call it. Anyone wants to ask a question here? You must have heard of, if not you, I'm sure you would not have read the case, but there was this Rameshwari photocopy case which happened in Delhi School of Economics. There is this Rameshwari photocopy person. What he used to do was, in Delhi School of Economics, the professors, as we do it in law faculty too, we make a list of suggested readings or recommended readings or required readings. And we make modules saying these are the readings which are necessary. Now, what students do is, because they can't buy all the books, so there may be required readings, maybe articles from certain books, there may be chapters from certain books. So what they do is they go to the photostat person and take that list and tell him that, all right, you photostat this for me. Now, what happens is that the photostat person, what he does, rather than students coming to him and asking for it, he makes those, modules, keeps it ready with him. You go give money to him and take the module. Now, what happens in such circumstances? The authors of the books whose chapters have been used, they raise an objection, or the publishers who have the copyright, they raise an objection and they say, we are losing our royalty. Because the moment somebody takes a photostated material, royalty is not given to us. And since royalty is not given to us, it amounts to violation of copyright infringement. You've not taken our permission. To that, the court said that there is a provision in the Copyright Act which says teachers can use or reproduce any material for the purposes of teaching in the course of instruction. And in the course of instruction means, that means it has to be in the syllabus. And if it is in the syllabus, you can give entire material to your students. That would not amount to copyright infringement. This is what is referred to as balancing act between the author and the public. The public may be students, the author may be anyone for that matter. Right? So these provisions, as I said, in the digital media, they are all, whatever is applicable in the print media is also applicable to the digital media, but it is subject to the fair dealing provisions. I will deal with that slightly later also.
Ma'am, I have a question. In that
Yes,
photocopy case,
yes.
was it the person was publishing the whole book and the photocopying the whole book, or a few chapters as per the reading suggestions? What
See,
was
as far as the court decision is concerned,
was
it even says that the whole book can be given to the students, but it has to be in the course of instruction.
right?
It has to be in the course of instruction.
Why I raise
Right.
this question, ma'am? For example, I ask students to refer to 2 chapters. A student goes to the photocopy person and 2 chapter photocopy कराता है. Ultimately, it is a profit deal. वो 10 पैसे ज्यादा रख के photocopy करके दे देता है. He is not demanding royalty. Right? He is demanding his profit margin. On the second case, over the time 2-3 years, he comes to know ये 2 chapter odd semester में use होते हैं, and he photocopies them and keep so that he saves his time. And again, he is not charging royalty. He is only charging his cost of printing and his profit. Are the 2 cases different?
See, first of all, I said that I'm not asking for the students getting it photocopied. I'm saying teacher can get it photocopied and give it to the students.
That means both the cases are equally treated in the copyright laws. यानी कि I should be the one who should get it photocopies, 2 chapters.
So what happened in Rameshwari photocopy case was, you are not getting it teachers are not getting it photocopied. Right? They were giving it as a required reading for the purposes, and required reading if made by the copyright. In that case, there was a slight difference also, because that copyright, that photostat person was even giving rental to the university, and it was allowed by the university to be sitting there. Anyway, that doesn't matter. But what you're asking is, suppose if the teacher is giving it to the class,
Right.
and in this case, it was like teacher giving to the class because the university has given a permission to the photostat
The
person to be
teachers.
there. So it's like teacher giving the photocopy material to the students or asking them to photocopy. That does not amount to copyright infringement. But if this
But ma'am, as a
now, if
teacher, how many copy would I provide to my class? Let us say I have
your
40
class,
students, would I be providing
yes,
40 copies? So I
yes,
would be providing 40 copies or a single copy?
it's up to you. It's up to you. That would not amount to violation. That would
Acha.
not amount to any
And then,
illegal act done by you.
nahi, I provide one copy to a student and then they again go to that photocopy shop for another 39 copies.
They go for another 39 copies for what purpose?
क्योंकि सबको चाहिए.
सब कुछ ठीक है, that's okay. That's okay. You're
Acha,
using
it
it
should
only.
start from a teacher. It should
You're
start
using
from a teacher.
you're using it only for the education purposes.
Okay.
No, even if the student gets anything photocopied, but for personal use, that would not amount to infringement. See, okay, I'll come to that provision. It'll become clear to you. It
Yes,
says,
ma'am. What I feel is that when we are giving any notes or anything from the book to the students,
yes,
whether they are getting it photocopied from one particular shop
you're
or
not
they are
concerned
getting it.
about that. You're not concerned about it. You have, see, talk about yourself.
Exactly. That's what I want to say is that whether the student is getting photocopied at different places or giving it to one particular person and the
That is
person
not
is.
your concern.
Yes. So it is not a matter of copyright.
No, it is
Yeah,
not
that's
your
what.
concern. What is
Yes.
important is I'm talking about we as teachers, what can we do? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Many times what happens is, especially during COVID times, what was happening, we were only having virtual lectures. Like, this is a new concept which has come after COVID only. All these refresher courses also through online, this thing. Now,
Yes.
if I start, in my presentation, if I show you something, but that is only if I start showing you something, on my part, I'm not infringing any copyright. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, if you start making use of it and you start earning money out of it, sending it to people, that would amount to infringement. Like, I'll tell you, I'm giving a lecture to you at the moment, and I have printed out, I've made this PPT for you. Now, this PPT is made for the purposes of your eyes. Now, what Daulat College or Khalsa College they do is they keep this PPT, or they may even make a recording of it, and in the next refresher course, they don't call me and they use this PPT and the recording. They have committed a violation, infringement of copyright. Because I had given it for your purposes, I had not given it for a further purpose to them. Either they take permission from me that can we make use of your recording. If they don't take my permission, then it would amount to infringement. I will tell you why I'm saying this. Just look at this first slide, the slide that is right in front of you. There is one thing which is called author of a work. There is another thing which is called owner of copyright. Right? The fundamental rule is that author of the work is the owner of the copyright. Except there are certain exceptions which are given, which is given under Section 17 of the Copyright Act. I'm not going into those exceptions for the time being, but let's say author is the owner of the copyright, and owner of the copyright means owner of the copyright of the work. So work is treated like a property. And if you look at the last sentence, which is written in that red color, it says copyright can be assigned, it can be licensed, it can be relinquished, it can be willed. Meaning thereby that the work is my property. So whatever rules you will apply to the property, you will apply them here also. Say, for example, if I have a house and I give that house on rent to you, but rent always have certain conditions, right? I'm giving you a license to use my house subject to certain conditions. Similarly, I can license my work to someone, but with certain conditions. The only difference between the house and the work which is copyrightable is that houses something which you can, it's a material property. But work is not a material property. In the sense, why I'm saying so is, suppose I write a book. Now, book is the material form. That material form, you can give it in Raddi to someone as a material form. But you can't use the expression given in the book. That means the chapters in the book cannot be used by you for making another work without my permission. Do you understand? So, if anybody has a question on this, so therefore, what I'm saying is, whatever work has been created by you, you can assign it, you can license it, you can relinquish it, you can will it. I'll give you a very interesting example. When I wrote my first book, all of us, it applies to all of us. We are not actually, we don't think like business people. We write and we think that we feel very happy that, we as students are using it. When I wrote that book, the publisher came to me, and the publisher, in fact, it came to me for writing a book. I wrote the book. And then in the book, he said that the copyright vests in the publisher. Macmillan had published it. I said, all right. I mean, I just signed the agreement. Now, later on, I realized, even being a copyright person, later on, I realized once I assign my copyright to the publisher, that means I'm not the owner of the copyright of the book. So now if I use any material from my book or I republish my book, I would be infringing the copyright of the publisher, because I become like any one of you. I'm an author, no doubt, but I'm not the copyright owner because I've given my copyright to the publisher. So when I have to make use of my own work, I will have to take the author, or I will have to take the permission of the publisher. That is a slight, that is why we say that whenever you enter into any contract has to be read very carefully. And there is also no doubt that publishers are at a better position nowadays. One, thanks to UGC University and all our masters, because they have said publishing is important, Scopus is important, this is important, that is important. So we have to, we are at the receiving end. और चाणक्य ने बहुत पहले एक बार वो दे दिया था मत्स्य न्याय, that is big fish eats the small fish. So with all these rules, the publishers, they have become really the big fish and we have become the small fish. So whatever they ask for, as far as I'm sure younger generation is sitting right in front of me, I'm so thankful to God that I am not born in this generation. So I've never paid money for any kind of a publishing, which is the case today, which is very sad. So, all right. So let me go back to, yes, that is what the balance of interest is. I'll just read out in the court in Rameshwari photocopy case held that the copyright, especially in literary works, they said, it is not an inevitable, divine, or a natural right that confers on authors the absolute ownership of their creations. There is no absolute ownership means the public has a right. It is designed rather to stimulate activity and progress in the arts for the intellectual enrichment of the public. Copyright is intended to increase and not to impede the harvest of knowledge. It is intended to motivate the creative activity of authors and inventors in order to benefit the public. And this happens only once you publish your work. If you've not published your work, it's your manuscript lying with you, then of course all these principles will not be applicable. Right? There's actually a Berne Convention, which is, let me not get into that, which is dealing with copyright law. This I can skip. These are some of the provisions I would like you to go through. I will, of course, go through them because they're all very important for us as researchers, as teachers, as academics. I told you there's one section that says acts not amounting to infringement of copyright. This entire section is referred to as a fair dealing provision. So one of the provisions is a fair dealing with any work for the purposes of, fair dealing is not defined anywhere. But मैं हमेशा एक चीज बोलती हूँ, जब आपने कुछ लिखा है, आपने कुछ क्रिएट किया है और आपके सीने पे सांप लौटते हैं, if somebody does something, that would amount to not being fair. So a fair dealing with any work for the purposes of private or personal use, including research, no violation. For criticism or review, no violation. Reporting of current events and current affairs, including reporting of a lecture delivered in public, there is no, copyright infringement. I remember, when internet started, you people, I don't know, some of you would not have been born at that time. What happened was MTNL started this, and they used to charge a fees, and they said that in case you download the material, downloading was considered was chargeable. Now, what at that point of time we thought was that downloading means storing, and we kept on surfing through the internet without storing it in our computer. And at the end of the month, the bill came to say 40,000, 60,000, 80,000 for people, and there was a big furor as to what the hell is happening. And that's the time when we realized that when you surf, even with surfing, the material is downloaded on your machine because that's a part of the system. So when it gets downloaded, MTNL used to charge for it. So that means we were not being charged for storing, we were being charged for surfing on the internet. So that is why in 2012, an amendment came, and this is, B, which says the transient or incidental storage of a work or performance purely in the technical process of electronic transmission or communication to the public is not infringement. So previously it was like, you're being charged and you're infringers. And but then, of course, no case went to the court with regard to this. But that was the situation which was happening. Another provision is, this is what is important, reproduction of any work by a teacher or a pupil in the course of instruction, right? Or as a part of the questions to be answered in an examination or in answers to such questions does not amount to any infringement. Storing of a work in any medium by electronic means by a non-commercial public library for the preservation if the library already possesses a non-digital copy of the work. See, what happens is, many times what we used to do was, in the library, there is one book which you have bought, and for the purposes of, the paper gets bad, so you preserve a copy. Electronically, you preserve a copy. Previously, it was considered as infringement, but now in 2012, this was added. Now it is not considered as infringement. That means all the librarians, they can have a digital copy of the work, provided they have a non-digital copy. Otherwise, if you have a digital copy of the work, but you don't have a physical copy, that would amount to infringement of copyright. And another thing is, now this is a provision specifically in India, the making of not more than 3 copies of a book by the person in charge of a non-commercial public library, if such book is not available for sale in India. That is what is the proviso. If the book is not available, then you can have 3 copies. Reproduction for the purposes of research or private study. Yes, any questions here as far as this fair dealing is concerned? Though it's a long provision.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Like, suppose if I am running one tuition center, so would it come under this Copyright Act if I am giving these books or notes to the students? Because that here I am getting my personal benefit.
Yes. See, that is a tricky question in the sense, or not a trick, how it would be decided. See, things are coming before the courts and they are being decided. How the court decides, I do not know. But if the matter comes to me, I would definitely say that tuition center is basically a commercial activity.
Right.
And since it's a commercial activity, you are earning money out of it. That is why it may not be treated as fair dealing. Because this provision which says the reproduction of any work by a teacher or pupil in the course of instruction. Right. Now, this is not in fact saying whether it's a government institution or not a government institution. Okay. But it can be read in a manner. So one has to be very cautious on these things. It can be read if the matter goes to the court can definitely say that we are talking about reproduction of any work for the purposes of, this is applicable to government situations or universities. This is purely a commercial activity, purely a private activity. Therefore, it would amount to violation. I'm not sure. Because these are the cases which are actually coming up before the court.
Okay, might be that is why most of the renowned tuition centers, they are having their own books. Like
Yes, they have.
Yes.
Yes, that is right.
Ma'am, one more question, like whatever papers we have published or books we have published, most of the time copyrights are with the publishers. As
Yes,
right now we have discussed about it. So is there
yes.
any provision or is there any way via which those copyrights would be gone to the authors? Might be in future, not about the existing published papers, but suppose in future we are publishing some paper and we want copyright of that papers. The articles might be or the book chapter. So how can we go about it, ma'am?
मैंने आपको बताया ना, चाणक्य ने एक मत्स्य न्याय
नहीं
दिया
वो
था.
तो वी आई एम गेटिंग नहीं बट
So
देयर वुड बी सम प्रोविजन
और
अबाउट
कोई तरीका नहीं है, except sometimes it happened with me. Like I told you, when I wrote my first book, it was the Macmillan publishers actually had started with the law publishing. They came to me and they said, write a book. I wrote for them. And later on, Macmillan stopped with legal publishing. So I asked Macmillan people, I said that, you have my copyright. You are not publishing books, and there is so much of a demand. People want to read that book. So what do I do? Don't you think, morally, ethically, you should give the copyright back to me? They were very nice. They gave the copyright back to me. So I utilized my entire material and came up with a new book with a separate publisher. So that becomes, a moral, ethical kind of an issue. But legally, I would have to buy it back from them. But they didn't ask for any money. They just gave it to me.
sometimes like I have heard they give royalty
No, okay,
20%
okay. No.
30%.
Royalty is perfectly fine. See, what happens is, and that's why I said, always look at the contract. The contract may say that, the copyright is assigned to the publisher. There can be a number of situations. It can be that the copyright is assigned to the publisher, but they will pay 20%, 30% royalty of the price. So that's it.
Right.
So you cannot still make use of the work. You're an outsider for that work. You're only an author. You're not the copyright owner. But for your work being published by them, they keep on giving money to you. That is perfectly fine. But the copyright is still not with you. But there are publishers who say that, all right, copyright, keep vesting with you. Whatever profit we make out of that, we'll give you 20% royalty. So it can be both ways. The copyright can vest with you. The copyright may be assigned to the publisher. It depends what kind of an agreement you have entered into with the publisher. You see, I'll tell you now again what is happening. There's a change that I see today. When we were young, we were giving articles for publishing to the journals. And when you give an article for publishing to the journal journal would write in the beginning that the copyright vests with the journal.
Right.
That was all wrong. They could have never done it.
But they actually used to do
That
this.
is what I'm saying. That's what they used to do. But those people who knew copyright law, they could use their articles in any manner, and the journal people could not do anything with respect to it. Because I'll tell you how it works. If I am the author, I have to, in writing, assign my work to someone. Now, I have given my article to the journal, but I have not assigned my copyright to them. So the copyright does not vest in them. But now the journals have become, smart, because copyright laws, people are getting aware of it. So now what they do is, the moment they take an article, they also enter into an agreement saying that the copyright will vest with the journal. Previously, they were not doing it. So that's how, change is coming in the society. Actually, if you look at our own system, it says Gyan देने से बढ़ता है. लेकिन कॉपीराइट लॉ अगर आप देखोगे तो प्योरली वेस्टर्न कॉन्सेप्ट है, जो कहता है कि ज्ञान आपका है, उसको सीने में दबा के रखो, किसी को देते हो तो पैसे मांगो, है ना. हम लोगों की ये फिलॉसफी नहीं थी. दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ things which are working in the law also.
Ma'am, is there a time limit that we can have in the project, in the contract, maybe like the copyright is there with the publisher for some time, and
You can
later
have
on it
any
can
kind.
be
You can have any kind of.
like for patent, it's like 20 years after the patent is like
See,
after
that is as far as patents is concerned, that's given in the act itself, right? But this is not all right. So what copyright talks about is that's a good question. What copyright talks about is it has a number of provisions which are saying till when copyright will vest in you. It is, for example, if I take myself, if I've written something, it is 60 years from the death of the author, right? It is 60 years beginning next year from the death of the author. Say, for example, I've written something and I die today. Then the copyright will begin from 1st January 26. And from there, I will count 60 years. So whatever benefit or profit is coming from my book, it will keep going to my children, my legal heirs. But after 60 years, the book or whatever the material is, it will get into public domain. Getting into public domain means nobody has the copyright on it. And when nobody has the copyright on it, that means anyone and everyone can make use of it. आप देखिए रामायण के ऊपर कितने सीरियल्स हैं, कितने तरह की किताबें लिखी जा रही हैं, because there is no copyright, it is in public domain. So it happens with all the works. Films, for example, they are not, where you can look at the life of the author. It is life of the author, where author has no meaning. Say, for example, when you talk about production of a film, it is the day the film is published. That is the day the film is released. From there, you count 60 years. So I'm not going to get into those provisions, because there are a number of provisions which are given there. But there are two dates which are normally important. One is the death of the author. The other is the date of publication. So after 60 years, the work gets into, you must have heard of Rabindranath Tagore's work. It was previously, it was 50 years. Now Rabindranath Tagore's work was getting into public domain. So there was a lot of lobby which worked for it, and from 50 years, it became 60 years. Number of different countries, they have different terms of publication. So have I answered your question? I don't know, what did you ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Very well
So,
explained.
okay. Anything else?
Ma'am, can you ask a question?
Yes, any question?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I wanted to understand if the title of a book can be copyrighted or not.
All right. On titles, there is no copyright. We have different intellectual property, in different kinds of intellectual properties. As far as single words are concerned, they are covered by the trademark law. Copyright is anything which is, normally what we say is anything which is worth copying is worth copyright protection. But it has to have some material substance. It should be substantially something should be there. So as far as titles are concerned, it is not a copyright issue, but it is more of stealing someone's kind of reputation or something. जैसे शोले है ना, शोले फिल्म टाइटल कोई और इस्तेमाल कर सकता नहीं, वो that comes under there are common law remedies also, which is called passing off. You're passing off your work as if it belongs to somebody else. Why should you use Shoal only? Why should you use somebody else's title? So वो passing off में आता है, but copyright में नहीं आता.
Okay. And it doesn't go for the book titles. If
No,
two
no.
titles are same, it doesn't matter.
Single words, slogans, they are not covered by copyright law.
But they can be
Ma'am,
trademarked.
single words, or for example, there are hundreds book in the name Basics of Physics. So by writer this, by writer that. तो वो पूरा
उसमें
phrase
भी
ही
क्या
हो
होता
गया.
है? See, basics of physics is like, it is too common a word. So nobody is
Okay.
allowed to, monopolize it. So even if you say passing
अच्छा
off,
कॉमन नाउन की तरह कंसिडर, जेनरिक टर्म्स की तरह कंसिडर होने लगा ये।
so जो बहुत ज्यादा कॉमन हो जाता है उसको नॉर्मली, इसमें मैं तुम्हें आपको बताती हूँ, जैसे कि सेलोफिन पेपर है, इसका केस हुआ था, या इवन आप जेरोक्स वाले, यू नो वी कीप सेइंग
Yes, yes, it's
जेरोक्स
come.
है ना। सो जेरोक्स इज बेसिकली बेचारे कंपनी वालों का नाम है, और हमने उसको रेप्रोग्राफी की तरह, फोटोस्टैट की तरह यूज करना शुरू कर दिया। वी कीप सेइंग गेट दिस जेरोक्स। So, you know, they had to fight a battle to say that please don't use the term Xerox. And suppose it becomes so common a word that people stop understanding कि Xerox का meaning क्या है, Xerox का मतलब तो photostat कराना ही है। वो बेचारे जिन्होंने अपनी गुडविल क्रिएट की है, उनकी गुडविल खत्म हो जाती है। Because the court might come to a conclusion, it has become so commonly used by people that it has lost its commercial meaning. You know, it's very sad, but it has happened in certain cases. It happened in case of cellophane. Cellophane was a company actually, but we keep using cellophane paper, paper, और उनको अपना नाम बदलना पड़ा था कंपनी का। So
मैम ऐसे बहुत सारे एग्जांपल है, कॉलगेट, स्नोसैम, गूगल तो एक्सेप्टेड ही है।
I have not understood. Can you repeat, please?
मैम देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ एग्जांपल ऑफ दिस काइंड, जैसे जिसे हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना समोसम करवा लो दीवार पे, तो वो समोसम नहीं है, स्नोसैम है, द कंपनी इज स्नोसैम। तो इंस्टेड ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट वी आर रेफरिंग टू इट्स ब्रांड कॉलगेट, बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं मॉर्निंग में कॉलगेट कर लो।
आप गांव में जाओगे सब बोलेंगे कॉलगेट कर लो,
कॉलगेट कर लो। तो देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ डालडा यूज करो, नॉट द सैचुरेटेड फैट, डालडा।
यस, हम यूज कर रहे हैं, बट स्टिल यू नो देयर
यस
still not cases where we can say कि डालडा
आई
का
थिंक
नाम
गूगल इज द वर्ड जिसे हम कहते हैं गूगल कर लो, गूगल कर लो, वी यूज इट एज अ वर्ब नाउ रादर देन अ ब्रांड नेम।
yes, yes. अच्छा, there's one more.
What if these words are accepted by the dictionary?
No, they're not accepted. See, now we are
they are not
digressing.
common noun, no.
See, now let me just repeat what I said so that we don't get into any confusion for those who are not understanding what it is. What I'm saying was, first of all, titles, single words, they are not covered by copyright, but that does not mean that they are not protected. Because, you know, whenever we go to the court, we have to be, there's a provision which is called prayer. What are you praying to the court? So if you pray to the court and you say that somebody has used a title of my book and therefore it results in copyright violation, the court will say, no, there is no copyright on the book title, so you lose your case. So आप क्या pray कर रहे हो बड़ा important है. So आपको pray क्या करना है कोर्ट के सामने? आपको कोर्ट के सामने ये बोलना है, the title of my book has been used by this person, so therefore this person is passing off his book as my book, and I should be given a remedy. And passing off is not a remedy under Copyright Act. समझ रहे हैं आप? एक्चुअली क्या होता है, कई बार साइंस के लोग सोचते हैं, सॉरी फॉर मेकिंग दिस काइंड ऑफ अ डिस्टिंक्शन, कई बार साइंस के लोग सोचते हैं क्या फर्क पड़ता है, गलती तो गलती है ना, लेकिन ऐसे नहीं होता। आप बिकॉज कोर्ट में गलती नहीं देखते हैं, ये देखते हैं गलती आपने कहाँ पर की है। सो कॉपीराइट, द टाइटल ऑफ अ बुक इज नॉट प्रोटेक्टेड अंडर कॉपीराइट लॉ, it is protected under common law, which is a passing off provision. Okay. Now coming to trademarks. Trademarks are words used for the purposes of naming your products. जैसे डालडा है, आपने अपने घी का नाम डालडा रखा, Xerox है, आपने अपनी मशीन का नाम Xerox रखा, ठीक। Now what happens is nobody else can use the word Xerox or dalda for their machine or for their ghee. If they use it, they would be infringing the trademark of a person. तो आपको ट्रेडमार्क एक्ट के नीचे केस फाइल करना पड़ेगा। जो मैं आपको बता रही थी वो ये था that sometimes what happens is that a trademark is used so often as a common English language word by people that it loses its validity as a trademark. तो उस टाइम पर देयर इज अ सिचुएशन, ऐसे 2-3 केसेस हुए हैं जहां पर कोर्ट को ये कहना पड़ा मजबूरन कि ठीक है अब ये ट्रेडमार्क नहीं है, आप कोई और ट्रेडमार्क अपना रखिए, है ना। सो डालडा, कोलगेट, दे स्टिल कंटिन्यू टू बी ट्रेडमार्क्स, बट इन केस ऑफ cellophane पेपर इट had become so common a word that it stopped being used as a trademark. I hope I have made myself clear. So, you know, because हम ये सुन के we get into confusions. So on titles, there is no copyright, but does not mean it is not protected. You can file a case under passing off, right? Trademarks are the names of the brand names. Brand names need to be protected because आपने goodwill अपनी create की अपने brand name के लिए. So therefore, you need protection. Other people cannot use your trademarks. But suppose if a trademark is used like जैसे कि आपने Google का word Google इतना common हो गया है, but Google is still, they wouldn't want, आप वो बोलेंगे जितना मर्जी common करिए हम बड़े खुश हो रहे हैं. Google हमारी कंपनी का नाम है, आप उसको Google को हम change नहीं करना चाहेंगे. ठीक है? So these are all different kinds of things which are present. Now coming to persons with, there's a provision in the Copyright Act which deals with persons with disability. I remember when I was a student, there were some 2-3 blind students in my class, and we made, and we have case material which is provided to us by the law faculty. So we used to record it in the cassettes and give it to the students. But at that point of time, that amounted to infringement of copyright. But today, there's an amendment which has been made, and where the courts have said that if you're, any kind of an adaptation, reproduction, issue of copies, or communication to the public of any work in any accessible format by any person to facilitate persons with disability to access to works for private or personal use, educational purposes, or research does not amount to infringement of copyright. So today I feel that, most of the libraries, they are free now to have in accessible formats work for them, and that would not amount, which is a very good step, that would not amount to infringement of copyright by the organizations concerned. This little more which I'll talk about, and then you can ask your questions. There are different kinds of, now coming to plagiarism. There are different kinds of plagiarisms. Which can be a plagiarism and not a copyright infringement. अगर आप किसी के words as it is उठा लेते हैं, that would amount to plagiarism and would also amount to copyright infringement. अगर आप किसी का structure या concept ले लेते हो, it will depend upon what kind of a work it is. Plagiarism of ideas can happen, but it is not copyright infringement, as I said in the beginning. That copyright infringement, copyright does not vest in an idea. But a university can make a policy saying that you cannot use anyone's idea. So that would amount to plagiarism of ideas, but not to copyright infringement. Right? There's another concept which is called self-plagiarism. Self-plagiarism is not copyright infringement. Why, I will tell you. मैंने कोई work बनाया, it is my work, it is my baby, it is my property. So according to law, I can use it in any manner, I can use it further. Without even saying that I had used it before, it does not amount to copyright infringement. But universities, for example, they're very particular about self-plagiarism. And why they're particular about self-plagiarism is because they want development and growth in a particular field. So what they say is, once you've written an article, you cannot make use of it you can make use of it in the next article, but when you write your next article, you must give attribution to yourself that this is what you had given it in the earlier article also. If there is no self-attribution, it would amount to a wrong being done by a person concerned. That is what is self-plagiarism. For this, we have IPR policies which have been created by academic institutions. In 2019, DPIIT released draft model of guidelines on implementation of IPR policy for academic institutions. UGC has also come up with a policy. This is what is there. University Grants Commission, Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism in Higher Education Institutions Regulations 2018, which we are also following. The objectives of this regulation is: one, create awareness about responsible conduct of research, promotion of academic integrity, prevention of misconduct, including plagiarism in academic writings. Secondly, We have to have institutional mechanism through education and training to facilitate responsible conduct of research. You know, you have now, we all know that I never did it for my copyright, for my thesis, but now it's a must that you have to have the plagiarism check to see how much of similarity is there. And there is also, you have to develop systems to detect plagiarism and set up mechanism to prevent plagiarism and punish acts of plagiarism. This is all under UGC regulation 2018. And in this regulation, if you see, they have defined the meaning of plagiarism as plagiarism means the practice of taking someone else's work or idea and passing them as one's own. And Regulation 7 has very clearly said what is not plagiarism. It says all quoted works reproduced with all necessary permission or attribution is not plagiarism. All references, bibliography, table of content, preface, acknowledgements, generic terms, standard symbols, standard equations, they are not amounting to plagiarism. And the regulation has also defined the levels of plagiarism, and these are the penalties and punishments which are given. Level 0 is similarities up to 10%. They are minor similarities, so there's no penalty. Level 1 is when the similarity is between 10% to 40%, then you're asked to withdraw your manuscript. Level 3 is similarities above 40%, but 40 to 60% shall be asked to withdraw manuscript. Denied right to annual increment if suppose you are a worker in the institution, you're not allowed to be a supervisor to any new master's, MPhil, PhD or 2 years for 2 years. Level 3 is when the similarity is above 60%, shall be asked to withdraw manuscript, denied a right to 2 successive annual increments, not allowed to be a supervisor to any new master's, MPhil, PhD for 3 years. These are some of the punishments which have been provided. Now, this I thought, in the end, I will again, this is a kind of a summary to what I've said. Lectures delivered by you have the copyright. Research papers, research notes, teachers have the copyright on it. This was a problem during COVID period, because what had started happening was that many of the private institutions, that is not a case in a place like Delhi University, but many private institutions, they started telling the teachers that whatever lectures that you give, they belong to the institution. So could they do so or could they not do so was a big question. So if we apply the Copyright Act, we will find out that lectures, research papers, research notes, they all belong to the professors, the teachers. But there can be a university policy regarding the ownership if university resources are used. Say, for example, university may say that in my lab, we are giving you the provision of or the assistance of a lab. आप यहाँ पे बैठ के जो भी experiment करके जो भी article निकालते हो, it is the university which has the copyright on it. That's university policy. It's a kind of an employment, kind of an agreement between you and the university, and university is free to do that. Commissioned works, that means I tell someone else to do something for me and I pay money for it. And in the contract, I write that you are the author, but I will be the copyright owner. That's perfectly allowed. You're looking at the contract. Another thing is this open access. All right. Before I come to open access published models, I just want to say something. There's a word which is called public domain. When I talk about internet is public domain in the sense that anyone sitting anywhere with a click of a mouse can have access to the work, right? But in case of copyright, the word public domain means the works are in public domain, meaning nobody has an exclusive right on that work. And when does that happen? It happens when the copyright term comes to an end. For example, I have written something, and after my death for 60 years, it will continue. And after 60 years, it will get into public domain. That means anyone can make use of it. So please remember, internet being in public domain and works being in public domain are two different things. When we say internet is in public domain means it is accessible to everyone. But when we say a work is in public domain means that nobody has a copyright on it. Okay. Then you have the open access publishing models. In open access publishing models, normally people think open access means anyone can make use of it. No, it is not that. It is basically you can make use of it, but you will have to attribute the author. Because these open access publishing models, what they're talking about is they're often involving licensing terms. And these licensing terms, they allow for broader sharing and reuse of the work, but nowhere do they say that no attribution of the author should take place. The author still remains to be the author. Self-plagiarism, I've already told you, it is not a legal issue. Now, so what is important for all of us? We have to be very careful about the university policy, the contract that you enter into, any Creative Commons license which is present, what is the open access system, and also you must know the Copyright Act. And if you are looking into all these things, I don't think there should be any problem which should be present. The second leave. And thank you. Yes, any questions that anybody has?
Ma'am, I have a question. For example, we use some kind of software for our work, and we
Okay.
start with the condition कि software पहले से pirated था, and that graph is plotted using that software, and it is
आपने
published.
start ही pirated से
Yes,
किया है,
yes. It is
you
not
have to-
purchased. I had a cracked version
you
of
have
it.
to go, all this one principle which is always applicable. You have to come to the court with the clean hands.
Okay. Second, ma'am, लेकिन ये जो MS Office है, not all of us have the license of MS Office or Windows. तो अगर ग्राफ भी हटा दें हम, तो ये भी तो 90% लोगों के पास पायरेटेड वर्जन होते हैं.
देखो ऐसा है,
That
जो
means एक डॉक्यूमेंट
देखो,
भी पब्लिश हुआ using MS Office, it is also
अब मैं
infringing
आपको
the
एक
law.
चीज बताती हूँ. अगर हम अपने दिल के अंदर झांक के देखें तो हम सबने कभी ना कभी झूठ बोला, कभी ना कभी चोरी की है ना?
हाँ जी.
बट चोर कौन है?
जब पकड़े जाएं.
हाँ जी, आपका आंसर वही है.
अच्छा. लेकिन मैम अगर लॉफुली देखें तो इन्फ्रिंजमेंट है ये, यानी कि ऑफिस का भी वर्जन जो हम यूज करते हैं पायरेटेड
बिल्कुल है.
है.
But there are certain things, which even nobody is taking actually note of it, because thinking this is so rampant, administratively not possible.
मैम एक्चुअली साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट में क्या होता है, इट इज अबाउट फैक्ट्स, बट लॉ इज सब्जेक्ट मैटर एंड इट इज अप टू द कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ द व्हाट शुड वी से द पर्सन हु इज फाइटिंग इन द कोर्ट या
बस.
जस्टिफाइंग हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ फॉर द राइट और रॉन्ग,
बात है.
है ना? इट इज अ सब्जेक्ट मैटर.
Dr. Anita Garg has raised hand.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for a very informative session. Ma'am, I'm from biochemistry. My query is that our regular textbooks, which are given in suggested reading, they're quite expensive, like
Yes.
nearly 8,000, 10,000.
Yes.
So what happens is there are a lot of free ebooks, the same available as ebooks on various sites, which even we and students, many students download also, and they tend to photocopy also. Because if you look at the cost of the book, it is 12,000, and the entire
Yes.
book also, if you get photocopied, it will be 400-500 rupees.
Absolutely.
So, ma'am, that would come under infringement?
No, what happens is all these ebooks, they are all, as I said, that is why I opened this slide for you. There are various open access publishing models. These
Okay.
open access publishing models, they allow you, and they're basically for, broader sharing. And broader sharing means that once they're available there, you can freely make use of it. But
Okay.
if you come out with a derivative work, आपने उसको use करके, उसका
Right,
substantial part use करके, you've come up with a derivative work, then you will have to go back to the author. Otherwise, you can keep using it.
And similarly,
As I
ma'am,
said,
for
the
these
licensing models, these models are allowing you to use.
Yeah, ma'am,
But that does not mean, that does not mean that the author does not have a copyright. The author has a copyright, but he has left his copyright for broader sharing. That is why, we say that copy left works there.
But ma'am, I have come across certain books and manuals also, which are written as per these NEP, which are available also, but they say that copyright issued photocopy not allowed. I have even come across, like I teach hymnology.
So that is what they've done. What they've said is that we license you to make use of the work, but no license is given to use to photocopy the work.
Yes. So
that
in
is why
that
it
case,
says,
now it will be a crime. It will be infringing
yes,
the
yes,
issue.
yes. So that is
And
why I again read to you. 1 second, I'm interfering. It's open access publishing model, which means the copyright still vests with the author, but the author is making it available on licensing terms to you for broader sharing of the work and for reusing of the work. So you have to look at what license the author has given you. If he has said, make use of my work, read it, do whatever, but do not photocopy. So you don't have to photocopy.
Right, right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have one query. Can I ask?
Yes,
Ma'am,
please.
sometimes we come across, presentations which are, author from the book authors itself for those chapters, for different chapters of the books. Can we?
Sorry, say that again.
Ma'am, we find presentations of certain book chapters.
Yes.
PowerPoint presentation form.
Yes.
So, can we use them in our classrooms, or would that
Yes,
also
in your classroom you can use anything. As a teacher, you have
and
the
share
liberty.
it with our students also?
Yes, you can. You have the liberty to do anything and everything with anything available for the purposes of education after Rameshwari photocopy case.
Okay. Thank you.
And if the student uses it further, then ma'am?
You're not responsible for students.
Okay.
That is whether they consider, that is up to them.
And if they say that this material was obtained by such and such teacher, they have forwarded it to us?
Then what? They had forwarded to them for the purposes of teaching in class.
Yes.
Not for them to make a free use of the work.
Because what students do is that
so there we are not, we will not be held
friends
responsible.
everywhere.
No, you're
We will
not
be
responsible for what
for.
students do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That means any presentation or any work which we find on the net, it's good we can share it as it is to the students.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much.
Any other queries from the participants? Okay. So here we come to the end of the session. I would invite Dr. Sonika Sharma, the convener of the program, to come forward and deliver a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. It was a delight to listen to you. And, many of our queries have been solved, because we always have a guilt, when we are using sources from the internet, like, reading material or presentations. But today, all our doubts are cleared. I'm really thankful to you for this excellent lecture. And also, I want to appreciate the efforts that you have taken to communicate about copyright and plagiarism to all of us. And,
Thank you so much.
And another thing is to agree to give this talk at very short notice. That is also something that we
I take it as my duty to do anything for the university. I came to the university as a student in 1977, and I'm going to retire this year on 31st December. So spending almost more than 40 years, around 40 years in this university, it's my duty to do it. So no, thank you.
We are obliged that you came here and you talked to us.
Thank you so much.
And on behalf of the participants also, they are writing in the chat box so many appreciation messages for you. And I want to just convey that to you now, that the participants also messaging a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And after this session, we will meet at 11:45. Right, Sonika?
Yes, 11:45. Professor Bhanu Murthy has already confirmed, so he will join.
This is a well-deserved break. Just enjoy your break and come back by 11:45. Thank you, everyone. It's time for us to start. I welcome you all to the second session of the day. I am still waiting for the speaker to join us. Sir, namaste.
Namaste.
And welcome to the session, sir.
Welcome.
And I believe participants have also rejoined for the session.
Hello, sir. Welcome to the session.
Hello, Sonika. I hope I'm audible, clear.
Yes, sir, your voice is clear. So let's start the session. I formally welcome you on behalf of all the participants as well as the organizing team to the refresher course on research methodology, that is Embarking in NEP, Research Methodology for Scientific Excellence, being organized by Daulat College, University of Delhi, in collaboration with UGC-MMTTC, SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi, and sir has been associated with the GAD Khalsa College, so I believe that I need not give any further introduction of the organizers. I will present the speaker's introduction in front of all the participants though, because we are glad to have you, sir. Professor K.V. Bhanu Murthy, sir, is a degree holder from Delhi School of Economics. You've been the former head and dean faculty of Commerce and Business, University of Delhi. And you've also been the founder professor of University School of Management and Entrepreneurship, East Delhi campus, Delhi Technological University. And you are the person who has actually initiated the project of setting up the East Delhi campus of DTU. You have a long span of teaching career, which spans over 5 decades, and it also includes a lot of research. Your recent contributions are in the areas of banking and finance, environmental economics, corporate governance in banks and international business, corporate responsibility and business ethics. And you are the one who has coined the term corporate responsibility. You have a long list of publications spanning over 170 publications, in which out of which 50 are international. You've guided 30 PhDs and as many MPhils also. You have been the member of many national and international bodies. You've been external expert for SEBI Committee for All India Investor Survey, member of SEBI Committee for Consultation with Academia, external expert validation committee of India Invest Survey 2007, and many more. You have completed 2 international projects, including United Kingdom India Education and Research Initiative, and also the MacArthur Foundation project. You have also many national projects under you. You completed them. One is for Ministry of Consumer Affairs project, that is Structure of Food Grain Prices in India. It was a joint project of IIM Bangalore and University of Delhi. You have been vice chairman of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for on Teachers and Teaching under Ministry of HRD GOI, and you have been a national coordinator for e-content development for UG programs in commerce under IISER University of Delhi, and you have also been principal investigator for EPG Pathshala for content development for MCOM at national level. There are many awards with which you've been honored, including the International Didactic Association Award for Excellence in Digital Learning, Silver Medal by Faculty of Rural Development and Applied Economics from University of Debrecen, Hungary. Best Citizen Award by IPH, New Delhi. Devang Mehta Award for Outstanding Contribution to Education and Shiksha Ratna Puraskar by IIF Society. You have made a lot of contribution to the field of teaching, learning, and using this teaching learning to make the society better. Not going any further, sir, I invite you formally to the session, and I would request you to come and deliver your talk.
Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure. And I've also been the founder to establish the SGTB Khalsa College.
PADTLC, it was used to know as.
So anyway, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I think I'll be able to share now.
You are co-host, sir. If you're not able to start the presentation, please let me know.
No, I'm doing it.
It is done, sir.
Yeah, so we are talking about data, but through this lecture, I want to sensitize many of us who are science faculty. You're always a student also. I am a student even today. To some more basic things. So I'll start from something very basic. Okay. The question which comes to the minds of most of us is, when we think about research, we think about data. But is research about data? So the basic question is research about data? We shall argue that research is not about data. The importance of data we must understand, but we should not get into the trap of thinking that research is about data. So basically, our beginning point to research methodology and research philosophy comes out of rejecting the idea that research is about data. But before we do that, there are certain things that we must understand about data. So we start by a discussion on something very basic, and as we go along, you will understand. You are all most probably science faculty, but still I'm asking some very basic questions. What is science? Anybody, if you would like to participate, I welcome, anyone who would like to answer. I like my sessions to be interactive. So is there anyone who wants to give a quick answer?
Participants, please respond.
Science is fact.
Yes.
And science is fact, and only one falsification is enough to either establish the fact or deny the fact.
Okay.
I believe that it is also about observation. It is about understanding, experimenting, reasoning. This all
I mean, it's all, this is all science when we are actually thinking about it, going into the depth of understanding concepts.
Okay, now let me just give you some basic, principles which I understand spell out what science is about. Okay, so I take over. More precisely, what is the purpose of scientific theory? Okay, because a science is of no use if it doesn't provide a theoretical basis, if it doesn't provide theory. So the question of what is science is more the question of what is the purpose of scientific theory. One, to explain the real world. This is most fundamental. A science or a scientific theory is meant to explain the real world. Now, there are many real worlds. Physical sciences refer to the physical real world. Natural sciences or life sciences refer to the natural real world. Social sciences refer to social real world, economic real world, and so on. So, as many disciplines that we have, as many sciences that we have as many real worlds. And each science is trying to explain the particular real world to which that discipline belongs. Next, the most important thing of scientific theory is to explain cause and effect, to give answers apart from cause and effect, to give answers to why, what, where, when, what happens in the real world. All these questions, to give the answers, to predict. This is a very important part of science. If a science is not able to, if a theory is not able to predict, then it is questionable. Okay? And to establish phenomena. To establish phenomena which take place in the real world. So, these are all the basic principles or the basic building blocks of science, or more precisely, scientific theory. Now we are going on to understanding what really is today's topic. So today's topic is about the role and types of data and the data collection methods. So the role of data in research is to reach to the underlying phenomena in the real world. Now, this part can be split into two levels. A scientist studies the underlying real world and tries to understand and explain it in the form of theory. I have put some keywords in red so that they emphasize the basic idea. So, let us remind ourselves that data is something secondary. The primary thing when we talk about research is science. It is scientific theory. A science has the purpose of explaining the real world, and in the process, it forms theories. Each science, physics has got its own theories, theory of relativity, theories relating to light, sound, heat, energy, everything. Similarly, biology has theories of inheritance, of plant physiology, and so on and so forth. The researcher helps us to understand and explain the gap between theory and the real world. So, the scientist gives you the theory, but there still is a gap between the theory and the real world. This researcher, what does the researcher do? The researcher explains the gap between theory and the real world. Okay? So now I hope this gives you a different perspective on something that we have been doing all our lives. As students of science, as teachers of science, this is what I just want to convey as the basic building blocks, that we cannot talk about data, we cannot talk about research without understanding what is science and what is theory. In doing research, there are two theories which every researcher has to know. One theory is the theory of statistical inference. It is also called sampling theory. You must have certainly heard of sampling theory. I'll just give a brief introduction over here to sampling theory. The purpose is not to go into the details of sampling theory. And the other theory, which is less known, most scientists and most researchers, I'm sure many of you might have already done your PhD and you may be teaching for many years, is measure theory or measurement theory. Now, this is something which is not understood or not spoken about so much. I think this is a kind of a failing in our research, courses. We have not oriented the teachers and researchers to understand that there are two essential theories for every researcher to understand before starting any ABC of research. So this second theory I'll be talking about in my next lecture. In this lecture, there will be a brief reference to statistical inference theory or sampling theory. Can I proceed? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there are three aspects. What is data? Okay. When we say what is data, what are data types? What are the properties? And what is a data series, or what are the types of data series? Then how to use data, how to store data, how to organize data, how to prepare data. And mostly in research methodology programs, we straight away start with primary data, secondary data, data collection methods. What we miss out in the process is all the basic understanding about data itself. So today's lecture, on the one hand, is to give you a basic understanding of what science is about, and two, that research is not about data, but we need to understand certain things about data for proceeding with research. And so we cannot straight away jump to data collection. So it would be wrong to imagine that research is about data and research is about data collection. Straight away, people start talking about primary data, secondary data, data collection methods. This, embeds a very wrong notion about research itself in the minds of a researcher. So we'll come to this later. Now, these are the three things that we are looking at in data. The first is the descriptive part of data, which is in terms of computing and mathematical notions, definitions, what is data? Okay. The second thing is, why do we need data? That is, what is the function or what is the role of data? Okay. What is data and what is the function or role of data? And then we have different data types. We'll be talking about them. Briefly, I have mentioned here numeric, text, string, and so on. We'll go into further details. Then certain scientific notations which relate to data types. That is, what are functions, equations, identities, operators. So all of these things. We cannot talk about data without referring to all these concepts in, you can say, mathematical concepts in science. Functions, equations, identity, and so on. And then once we understand all of this, only then we are in a process to understand what data series are, where we'll be looking at discrete and continuous data series. Then the functional aspects of research, how to use data. Okay. So when we say how to use data, the first part about this, the most important part about how to use data is how to store data. You can use data only if you know how to store data. So there come in the concepts of databases. What are databases? What is a database format? And out of this comes three kinds of data series. One is cross-section, second is time series, and the third is panel. So these are the three kinds of data series. And then finally we come to, now you would notice that I am not going straight away to primary and secondary. And also you will notice one thing here, when we talk about data collection, normally we only talk about primary and secondary, no one talks about tertiary. So there is a third kind of data collection method, which is known as, or third kind of data, which is tertiary data. So I hope the basic structure of what all we'll be doing in this lecture should be clear from here. If it is clear, can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
So now there is a lot of confusion about this word datum, especially science students are told something about datum which brings in a wrong notion in our understanding of data. What is datum? I want some answers. One or two people should tell me what you understand of datum. Anybody?
The participants,
What is it?
I
Sir,
am
datum is
asking the participants, sir.
noting an observation. An observation, basically.
An observation. Anyone else?
But it can be any piece of information.
Anything? I couldn't get you.
The ma'am said it is a piece of information.
Okay. So none of you believe or are familiar with what is most often said about datum. The most popular term which is used for datum, it has not come out of the two answers that I have got.
Sir, I have heard this term first time.
Okay. Is it?
It is a singular of data. That is the
Yes, it is similar to data, but I am bringing up a concept because in sciences, datum is very often referred to as a reference. So that answer has not come from any of the participants. So it is good. This gives us scope for discussion. Normally, in scientific terminology, datum is a reference. In engineering or science, datum is treated as a reference. Now, what is a reference? A reference has a fixed value. So what mostly people in sciences understand is that datum is a fixed reference point. I'll give you a simple example. suppose we talk about speed of light. Okay, speed of light is absolute. Okay, so it becomes a reference point. So if you are talking about the velocity of any other form of energy, then with reference to speed of light, it is going to be, you can easily make out whether it is, it is a fraction of the speed of light. Or similarly, suppose we talk about 0 degrees centigrade, then it is a reference point because in comparison to 0 degrees centigrade, anything which is in the positive scale will be above the freezing point, and anything in the negative scale will be below the freezing point. So again, this is an example of how in science you would call it a datum is a fixed value. Now, my problem is this, that this gives a wrong notion. Okay. Another example I've given is Joule's constant. Okay. So this is the value of Joule's constant. Now, this gives the impression as the datum is a fixed reference, it has a fixed value. And therefore, people tend to ignore the basic purpose of data. The basic purpose of data comes out of the word datum. Datum is a single piece of information, and not just any information. It has to have value. Okay. So I am repeating, datum is a single piece of information that has value. Okay. So now it is the smallest bit of information. Only something which has value conveys information. Okay. So information has two meanings or two sides of the coin. So on one side you have information, and on the other side of the coin you have value. So there, the concept of datum is inherent in the idea that there is a single piece of information contained in datum, and it has two sides to it, value and information. That means that if there is a number, okay, by now you are clear that datum is a number. Okay, so if there is a number, unless that number has some value, it does not convey any information. For example, suppose I just say today is 40. It is a number. So at the face of it, we will think that this is a datum because it is a single number. Okay, but it has no value because it doesn't convey any information. And because it doesn't convey any information and does not have any value, it has no meaning. So by this we are saying that numbers by themselves are not data. Okay? When we think about data, to our mind, numbers occur. But numbers by themselves are not data, because any number is not data. A number has to be such that it conveys information, and unless it conveys information, it does not have value. And if it does not have value, it is meaningless.
So that means we can say that the number, if it is cardinal, then it is a data. If it is ordinal,
let us not introduce words which I am not using here.
Okay. And so that means with nominal value, they do not have any.
I am not talking about nominal or cardinal or anything. I am saying something very simple. I am saying our mind tells us that data is equated to numbers. And this I am trying to convey, that this is a wrong way of understanding what is data.
Okay.
Data is not numbers. Okay? If you have a number which does not convey any information, and it does not convey any information because it doesn't possess value. If it doesn't possess value and information, it has no meaning. The example I have given you is, suppose I say today is 40. Okay? It doesn't convey any information. If it doesn't
So if I
convey...
say, sir, today is 40 degrees Celsius, yeah, I am 40 years, then it can be
Please,
become a
please
data.
hold on. Please hold on. That is what I'm saying.
Yes.
If we say today's temperature is 40 degrees centigrade, then it conveys information. Okay? What information does it convey? It conveys that today is a hot day. So you are evolving some information, some meaning about which you can derive something out of that only if a number has got value, information. So this is an equation. What is the equation? Datum is a single number. It has a value. It should have a value. If it has a value, it conveys information, and then only it has a meaning. But please underline, this happens only if it is specified in a scale. So just see that from a simple notion of data or numbers, how far we have come and what is the implication of that. So we are saying that a number, a single number is a datum. It should have some value. It has value only if it has information. If it has information, then it carries meaning, but it will carry meaning only if it is set in a scale. So this is what we have to understand about data, and then we will proceed from here. So datum is a single piece or a bit of information that has value only with reference to a given scale. Here, a scale is given. The number is not given. This is what I want to say. A scale is given. Centigrade scale, Fahrenheit scale, any other scale is given. But the number is not given. It could be any number. It could be 40, 50, 70, 80, any number. So the mistaken impression in sciences, in engineering particularly, they use datum to say as though it is a fixed number. I am trying to say this is a wrong notion. Datum is not a fixed number. Okay? When you pick up one particular number in a given scale, okay, and you assign it a certain importance, you assign it a certain value, you assign it a certain reference point, then it becomes a, the datum in the sense in which scientific theory or engineering is referring to it. So datum is not a fixed value. Datum still remains a single number which has value or information. Out of a range of data, you pick up one of them and you assign it a certain value so that you can compare other things with it. Then it becomes a reference. So it is what I want to say is that datum, a reference point is a datum because it's a single value. But every datum is not a reference point. A datum has got a simple definition that it is something which is a single number, it has a value, it has information, it has meaning set in a scale. So this is what I want to clarify. Why datum is not a reference? Because we have assigned it a value, we have picked up one bit of data, and then we have treated it as fixed. In a range of temperature, we picked up 0 and we made it a fixed reference. Okay, so therefore, datum is not a reference. I repeat, basic definition is that a single piece of information that has value, and it is a human construct which is created when we pick up one number and assign it a fixed meaning. So we are actually inverting the equation. We are in search of some meaning. Okay, Joule's constant is providing some meaning. So we have completely inverted the equation. Please look at the previous equation. What are the this equation says datum, single number, value, information, meaning. Okay, and what are we doing? We are starting from meaning. We are looking for a particular meaning, then which conveys some information, and therefore it should be having a fixed value, and therefore we pick up a single number, and therefore we call it datum. So the whole equation has been inverted when we are in scientific terminology, we are treating datum as a reference. Now the next point here is that normally there is no difference between the two terms data and datum. It is very simple. One person said very rightly that data and datum are only singular and plural. That's all. There is no difference. This is what I want to make it very clear, that data and datum are singular, are both, having the same meaning. They convey the same thing. They have the same properties. They have to have value. They have to have information. They have to be meaningful, and they have to have a scale. If it is one single number which satisfies all these properties, then it is datum. If there is more than one number, then it is data. That is why somebody's mic is on. Please switch off the mic. So therefore, it is just a difference between what is singular or what is plural. So if we simply say that there is a collection of datum, that means there are many single points put together, then we call it data. And one small thing is data series or data. Data series is a statistical term. Data is a common term. And we don't use, it is already plural. So we don't say datas. For example, in computing, we'll say enter data. We won't say enter datas. Okay. So basically, all data series are collective. It's a collective noun. So basically, and one thing more, when we talk, we are jumping now from datum to data. And one important thing to understand here is data is a series, and the data series has to have a common identifier. So if you have a series of numbers, they don't mean anything by themselves. Again, suppose I am talking about, let us say I say 105.2, 107.7, and so on and so forth, and I don't say anything. Then it could be that I am meaning to say that this is the price of a share, the price of a stock in the stock market. It could be that it is referring to temperature in Fahrenheit. Okay. So one more thing which goes with data is an identifier. There has to be an identifier with each data series which tells you what this data is about. Population data, temperature data, stock market data. Another thing about data, normally we think that data is numbers. It could be pictures. it could be colors, it could be shapes. Some of you, if you are from forensic science, or if you are aware of it, in forensic science these days we have got huge databases about, let us say, criminals. Okay, so we have their fingerprints, then we have the color of their hair, we have the color of their skin, of their eyes, and so on. All of this is data. So anything could be data. Anything which has got information, which has value and conveys meaning is data. Okay, all of them have
Sir,
this
but if
common
we say
property.
colors or shape, where is the value here?
Hello?
In colors, shape, or pictures, where is the value here?
I'm telling you where the value is very simple. When you define color and color, then in the spectrum, in fact, if you look at the ASCII code, there are supposedly there are some millions of colors. For each color, there is a code. So how would you program some software which is going to distinguish between different colors? They are all coded according to the particular value.
So that means if we do not talk of computers,
Pardon?
If we do not talk of computers, then we will not talk of ASCII codes, etc. If we do not talk of digital electronics or computers.
I'm saying that unless there is a value, how are you going to use all these things? And don't say that these are not used, that they don't have information. All of these things, pictures, numbers, color, shape, all have information.
Yes, sir.
So all have information, and because they have information, they have value. Okay? If you are not distinguishing between different colors, how do you distinguish between different colors? Because each color in your process of analysis has got a different value. So now, finally, what I'm saying is that research is not about data. The purpose of research is not to collect and analyze it. Research is about what we can learn from data. Therefore, the purpose of research is learning. Okay? What is there to know? How do we know? What do we know? What are the methods for knowing? Now, if you put all these questions together, then this summarizes what is the basic research philosophy. Okay? And this basic research philosophy is known as epistemology. So what data? We are not doing research for data. We are using data for research. And we are using data for research because we want to know. We want to find out. And the process of knowing has got many parts to it. What is there to know? How do we know? What is the process? What are the methods? All of this put together, it forms the basic research philosophy called epistemology in a very simple way. There are many, many more things to it. I'm not going into that. Therefore, I'm saying if any of you wants to look back upon what research is about, what is the purpose of research, then please remove this whole concept from your mind that research is about data. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't know what data is about. We should know that what the nitty-gritty, all that we need to know about data. That doesn't mean that research is about data. We use data for a larger purpose, which is about knowing, which is the basis of research philosophy. And in relation to research philosophy only, we have research methodology. Research methodology does not exist without research philosophy. This is a very big topic. I can't go into details of that. This is just a pointer for you. Those of you who are interested could go, and there are other lectures that I have given about research philosophy. When I teach research philosophy, it takes about 9 hours to explain. So now we are going on to data types. These are the basic data types: numeric, text, string, array, long and short, and decimal numbers, single and double precision, real numbers. These are some of the data types. Then some other scientific notations which also we should be aware of: functions, equations, identity, operators, then data series, discrete and continuous. So these are all some of the mathematical and computing terms and notions and concepts that we should be aware of. Now, what is a function and what is an identity? These are two very important things according to my understanding for any research. Because I said this in the beginning, that a science, the purpose of a science is to explain. The purpose of science is to tell us about cause and effect. The simplest way in which we can symbolize cause and effect is through a function. A function is generally referred to as y is a function of x. Now there are four things over here. There is a y variable, there is an x variable, there is a equal to sign, and there is f over here. Okay. So a function is a relationship between at least two variables, where x is the independent variable and y is the dependent variable. And we have f, which is symbolizes the nature of the relationship between x and y. And there is an equal to sign over here. So these are the four parts of a function. What is the purpose of a function? A purpose of a function is to tell you that you input the x variable, which has a value, and then you have a functional relationship which tells you that for a given value of x, it will return a value of y. And this will always happen because this is an equation. So for every given value of x, there will be a predicted value of y. This is why I said that sciences play the role of explaining the cause and effect. X is the cause, y is the effect, and there is a definite relationship between the two, and it is predictable because for every value of x that we input into this equation, there is a corresponding value of y over here. So in simple terms, equation, a function, is telling you what a scientific theory does. Okay? You might break down a larger scientific theory into smaller equations. That is possible. But the sum total of that would actually be doing the same thing of explaining something in terms of cause and effect. Okay? There is another symbolism, a symbol, which is an identity. This is also required when you do some kind of analysis. The difference between identity and a function is that identity is something which is not telling you cause and effect. It is only identical by definition. For example, if I say that you have 100 rupees, you spend 50 rupees out of it, then what remains in your hand is your savings. And now suppose you want to invest these 50 rupees in a bank, then how much do you have out of your income? You have just 50 rupees. So it is just two ways of looking at the same thing. There is no cause and effect over here. Okay. Savings are equal to investment because savings is that part of your income which is not spent. And investment is that part of your income which is put into some form of investment in a bank or somewhere. They will always be equal. So there is a difference between a function and an identity. An identity is always equal. It is equal by definition. A function is equal according to the theory. The theory tells you for a given value of x, you will generate or predict a certain value of y, which is the dependent variable or which is the effect. Now we are doing some I hope I'm going at the right pace and people are following. I hope I'm not too fast.
Fine, sir.
Okay. So now I have an Excel sheet here. So just give me a second. So now again we are dealing with numbers here. I have four numbers 1 1 1 1 and here I'm looking at the sum. When I look at the sum, it is 0.
Sir,
So
Excel is not opened.
you're not able to see the Excel sheet, huh?
No,
Okay,
sir.
just give me a second. 1 second.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just connecting. I'm just.
Ji,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, now you can see the sheet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was saying that we have four numbers here 1 1 1 1. The total should be 4, but it's showing 0. Okay, we are talking about data types. Okay. So yeah, at the face of it, this number 1 here should be a numeric data type. Then why is the total coming to be 0? Because the numbers in a computing sense could be both. They could be text which doesn't have a numeric value. It has a value, but it doesn't have a numeric value. Or there could be numeric. So how do we decide that? What I have done is I've done a small manipulation over here. If you see here, there is a small apostrophe sign here. I don't know whether you can see it. Can you see there is an apostrophe sign here. So
Yes, sir.
it converts a number into a text. Now if I just change it, convert to number, then the total becomes 1. That means as I'm changing it to a number, it is being treated as a numeric value. So I can go on changing this and it will give you 4. So the point is this, that let us on this basis understand what are the different data types. First of all, we normally would look at 1, 2, 3 as numbers, and this is numeric so long as it can be manipulated with the help of arithmetic operators. If you cannot manipulate it with the help of arithmetic operators, then it is a text. Is it clear, or should I explain?
Fine.
Okay. So in the next row, I have said ABC or 1, 2, 3. Both of these cannot be manipulated. If they cannot be manipulated with the help of mathematical operators, then whether it is ABC or 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter. They are text. Now, what is the reason we have this property? Because suppose you are having class roll numbers. Okay. The class roll numbers go as 101, 102, 103. Okay. You are not going to multiply one roll number with the other. You're not going to add one roll number with the other. So there are many instances where you use numbers, but you don't intend to have any mathematical operation on them. Okay. So numbers could be used as text. They could be used as numeric as well. When you look at a string consists of many text characters, but the main thing we must understand is that these text characters are all stored in the first cell itself. So if you want to access a long, string like this, so it appears as though it is going into 3 cells, okay? But if I click here, then it is actually not stored here. I go here, and if I just delete it, the entire string goes. So a series of characters, text characters, that is a string. But this is just for your information that when you enter it in Excel, it is stored only in the first cell. The third or fourth kind of data type is date. This is another data type, and there could be many formats in this. You could use alphanumeric format, or you could use dash, or you could use oblique or anything. So this is another, date is another data type. Then we have whole numbers like 32, 54, and then we have numbers which have got a part decimal and part whole number. Now, this is basically, we refer to these numbers as decimal. This is actually not a decimal number. This is a real number, which has got a whole and a part is a real number. Okay. Then we have two types of precision. What does that mean? That you could have 8 decimal places, or you could have 16 decimal places. Now this is basically a data representation. It is not a data type. That means I could represent a data which has got 8 decimal places, or which has got, now it depends upon the kind of work that you're doing. Suppose you are using very small values, weights, and you want to multiply them, or you want to take the root or something. So you need to have a higher precision. So these two are only representations, they are not data types. And similarly, you can use numbers, but then again there is a representation. There is a form in which you can have 16 integers. This is known as long integer, or you could have short. Short is up to 8 numbers. Okay, so long or short. Then then you have scientific. You must be aware. This is scientific notation. Basically, it is given as an exponent, and the number after the exponent tells you the power, 10 to the power of 7, or if there is a minus, then 10 to the power of minus 7. I think most of this should be clear. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Yes? Yes, any question?
Yes, sir.
Hello? I can't hear.
No, sir. You may continue, please.
Okay. Just let me do one thing. Just give me a second. Yes? Then there is another thing that we must understand before proceeding about other things. You have formulae, operators, symbols, and functions. Function I have already discussed, identity I have discussed. Now, you could combine some of these things like functions with formulae. So these are some things which we must be aware of. I'm sure we know it, but I'm just explaining some technical difference between these. These are operators, as we know, add, subtract, divide, multiply, exponent. But some of these can be directly used and some of them can't be directly used. For example, if we use inequality, this can be used only when you use it with a Excel function. That when you talk about plus, minus, etc., you can directly input them and you can do the operation, the arithmetic operation. Then there is something which is a symbol. A symbol doesn't have value. It is only a it's only a notation. For example, on your keyboard, if you look on top of backslash, there is a character and that is vertical bar. So if you have two vertical bars, then this is a notation which tells you that it acts as an absolute value. So suppose I have minus, let us say 30 over here in the middle. So if I have this modulo value, then it should become a positive number. But this doesn't happen directly because certain things are only in the form of symbols. So some of them are operators which will directly give you the value. Some are symbols. So this you must be aware of. You can do it yourself on your laptop, on your Excel sheet. Okay, so now I'm stopping this and I'm going back to my presentation. Okay, so now we are coming to these two theories. What are the two theories? One is theory, this is a statistical inference theory. Now, what is statistical inference theory about? It is about sample size, sampling methods, testing of hypothesis. All of this put together is known as statistical inference theory. What is the purpose of this? The purpose of this is that I said that a science is meant to explain something which is happening in the real world. Okay? In the real world, phenomena are taking place, and these phenomena can be measured with the help of some kind of data. Okay. So where is the data lying? The data is lying in what we call the population. So if you want to understand this in simpler terms, this population is the real world. What is a scientist doing? A scientist wants to look at the real world. Someone rightly used the word observe the real world. So you're observing the real world because different phenomena happen in the real world. And as a scientist, you want to explain those phenomena. How do you explain it? You explain it with the help of data. What is the use of data? The data has got value. The data gives you some meaning. It gives you some information. And all of this is contained within the real world. The other name for the real world in statistical terms is the population. So this is the, in mathematical terms, you can say this is the universal set. I hope universal set should be clear to all of you. So out of the universal set, because a scientist cannot conceive, cannot perceive, cannot measure such a large entity, so what the scientist has to do is to pick up a smaller number, a smaller size, a smaller dimension out of the real world. And that is a sample. So statistical inference theory is about the relationship between the sample and the population. Is there someone who is not following? You can please stop me and ask me if there's
So
any.
this means whatever our conclusions are for a handful sample size, we
Yes.
generalize it for the universal set people.
Yeah, the whole purpose of studying a sample is not to know about the sample.
But rather to generalize the remaining part also.
It is for us, it's not, generalization comes later. The basic interest in the research problem is to know about the population, not about the sample. We are using only the sample as a means, and that is our limitation, that we can't study the entire population. Because of that limitation, we pick up a sample. But our interest is in the population. Is it okay? Generalization is a method by which we draw conclusions, we draw estimates from the sample, and then we project it onto the population. I am saying that let us understand what is the purpose of our research. The purpose of our research is always to examine the population, because I'm relating it to my first slide where I said a scientist, a scientific theory is trying to explain something in the real world. Where is this real world? The statistical equivalent of the real world is the population. So whatever I want to know as a scientist, I'm wanting to know about the population. Now, population, let us understand one thing. Population, there is no given population. You as a scientist can define what your population is. For example, if I want to study something about teaching faculty, and if I want to understand only the teaching faculty of Daulat Ram College, then my population is the entire faculty of Daulat Ram College. I define my population that way. But suppose I want to know about teaching faculty and I want to know about the whole of Delhi University, then all the teachers of Delhi University is my population. It depends upon what my problem is. What am I wanting to find out about? So, my real world is defined by the circumference of the population which I have designed. I design a certain circumference of my population. I call this my population. But please understand that I am picking up a sample not for understanding what is happening in the sample. I am picking up a sample only because it is my limitation that I cannot study the entire population. Invariably, in any research problem, we are only wanting to know about the population. Generalization is a process which comes in handy. I hope I'm making myself clear.
Yes,
Yes?
sir.
Okay. So now, briefly, so this is the purpose of every researcher, to find out what is happening in the real world, which is called population in statistical terms. You use a sample and you can measure different things out of that sample. Okay. Now, from here, I'm deriving something about measure theory. What all can you measure? You can measure characteristics, you can measure behavioral patterns, you can measure choices, you can measure events. Scientists usually measure quantities, you can measure statements, okay? Management researcher will look at the statements in an annual report, okay? So all of these things can be measured. These are all measures, okay? So one part of the entire process of research is the sample, which is the relationship between basically statistical inference theory, which tells us the relationship between the sample and the population. And now we will come to the other part of the theory, which is measure theory. I will tell you very briefly, in the near future, what measure theory is about. Now, the problem comes that what we measure through the sample, because it is not exact replica of the population, therefore, it is what we measure is not very precise. So there are two problems. One, that I have not got the entire data of the population. So this is one gap. Okay. And the other gap is that I'm using certain measures. Okay. So those measures themselves may be imprecise. So there are two problems. I'm not measuring the whole population. I'm only measuring a sample. This is one kind of reason for there being a difference between the actual and what I'm measuring. Okay. And the other kind of reason is that I'm using certain instruments for measuring. Okay. Those instruments may not be precise. So these are two problems. Okay. So one problem is dealt with in terms of classical inference theory. And therefore, when we talk about empirical analysis, okay, which use all of this relates to all such studies which use empirical methods. In literature, architecture, and so on and so forth, maybe some of these methods may not be used, but fortunately for me, your whole batch of teachers are basically science teachers, so we don't have to bother too much about that. Basically, if you want to know, then the differences in literature, art, aesthetics, architecture, they are concerned about human experience. They are not talking about some real world phenomenon. They are talking about human experience. That is the basic difference. In the case of empirical analysis, we concretize our data into specific measurable variables. Okay. So the data is converted into specific measurable variables, and a variable is one that can take, as the name suggests, a variable is one that can take different values, and it is used for storing data. So such a variable is also called a data series. Okay. Now the data series could be used for collection of data of different individuals. Now individuals are, there could be number of families, individuals could be number of persons, it could be number of countries, it could be number of regions, Okay. Or in, say, in terms of biology, suppose you're doing research in botany or biology, it could be something like the number of species. Okay. So you're studying different species. Okay. So that is individual. Okay. And you're studying the data at different points of time. So you have two dimensions of data. One dimension is denoted as N, which refers to individuals, which I just now said, it is species and so on. And another dimension is time. So we have two dimensions. One notation is N, the other is T. So a data set consists of N and T. Okay. So large number of data points which are could be described as either individuals or time. So data series, you have, oh, okay, we have very little time left, I'm noticing. You have two kinds of data series. One is cross-sectional. That means at a point of time, I am having different data, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever, at a point of time. Or across a point of time, I am studying only one individual. So I am studying one family, how much that family is spending, okay, every year, let us say on travel. This is time series. Or I go into the market and then I catch a group of consumers and ask them, how much do you spend on traveling every year? This is cross section. Okay. So another thing that we must know is what is periodicity. Periodicity is what is the frequency. Am I studying data weekly, quarterly, annually, and so on? Now, there is a third kind of, data set. This data set is called panel data. What is panel data? It is when you combine cross-sectional data with time series data. So cross-sectional is referred to as n individuals. Time series is referred to as t time periods. So n into t gives you panel data. It is also sometimes known as longitudinal data. Longitudinal data is, suppose I study the same 20 families over a period of 15 years. Then that is called longitudinal data. The same very families I'm picking up and I'm studying their behavior. Okay. Then another thing we must know about series is discrete and continuous. That series could be discrete or continuous. What is a continuous series? Where I said in a function, if you put x, you get a value of y. Now, if I choose a value of x over here, let me use my highlighter. Suppose I choose a value of x between 1 and 2. Now, there is no value of y existing. So a discrete series is where all values of y don't exist. That means between two values of x, you don't have a value of y. This is a discrete series. Here, for every value of x, there is a corresponding value of y. These are discrete and continuous series. Okay. Now, I'm saying when you collect the data, then there is something known as database format. What is database? A database consists of a collection of data which can be managed with the help of functions. What are these functions? Add, delete, modify, retrieve, all of these. So this is all the things that you can do with that data. Okay. What are the how do you define a database? A database is defined or managed with the help of two things, fields and records. Now I'll show you what is how are they stored. Database format is something which is stored in the form of rows being represented in records and columns being represented as fields. Now I should read out some of these examples. When I say records, it could be individuals, that means persons. It could be a date. It could be a year. It could be a particular market. It could be a particular species. It could be a particular chemical. It could be a particular material or a certain time of the day. These are all represented in the rows, and these are records. In the columns, we represent fields. Fields could be variables. What are the variables? It could be demand, supply, price. Now, suppose I'm looking at different chemicals and they are placed in the rows. In the vertical columns, I have the fields. And what am I studying? I'm studying properties. I'm studying whether the chemical is hygroscopic, what is the melting point, what is the boiling point. So these are all your variables. Okay. So in the columns, you have the fields, which could also be called the variables. And in the rows, you have the observations. Observations is a good word for scientists to understand. So in the rows, you have the observations. So this is how you have a time series where I'm looking at different years. You have consumption, income, prices. Now this is a cross section. I have different markets. In biology, you can replace this with species. Here you can look at different properties of these species. Okay. So this is cross section. The earlier one was time series. If I combine the two, then I have, let us say, 40 persons and 10 years. So it becomes 400 data points. Now each data is stored as a block. I can quickly show you over here. I am studying one household number one. I am looking at its consumption, income, and prices. So in 1991, the same household in 92, in 93. Now, this first three data points belong to household number one. The next three data points belong to household number two. This is known as a block of data. So you have different blocks of data referring to individuals. Again, if you translate this into biology, one species, you're studying different characteristics of the species at different points of time. Maybe you're looking at it in seasons, okay? Winter, summer, and rainy season, and so on. So these will repeat, okay? And then you have a block of data. This is panel data, okay? One important thing that I have very short time left, so I have to speed up, but I asked ma'am whether I can take about 10-15 minutes more. As you see, there's a lot of things that we
Sure,
have.
sir, you have ample of time.
Yes. Okay. So now I'm pointing out one more thing. This is a dilemma with many researchers. What happens is that you have gaps in data. So what do you do with these gaps in data? How do you deal with gaps in data? There is a process, or there is a pre-process when raw data can be processed with the help of some methods. Okay, I'm discussing these methods. I am saying there is nothing wrong with doing data filling. The only thing is that it is unethical if you do it without scientific methods and you do it arbitrarily. It is unethical if you do it on a large scale. It is unethical if you do not specify what is the method that you have used for filling in the data. Are you understanding the problem? The problem is no one has a complete data set. You may be doing lab experiments. You may be going to the field and doing experiments. You may be doing so in social sciences. You can never have a complete data set. I was talking about N into T. Either you will have some missing data along the row, which means one individual has not reported for certain variables. Okay. Or you will have that one particular variable very few people have reported. Both these problems may be there. So now I'm taking up the case of time series. That means observations over time. If you have time series, and for that example, I'm taking up weekly prices of wheat. This is just an example. Now I'm telling you how you can do scientific data filling. Okay. And there is nothing wrong with it. I said there are three things. One, you must specify what your method is, publish it, write about it. You must do it on a small scale, and you must do it without disturbing the underlying information. I want your response to this. You should do the data filling without disturbing the underlying information. Am I clear? Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Is it clear, participants?
Okay, I'll show you an example. Suppose you have one or more data point which is missing, but if the same numbers are there before and after, I'm talking about prices, weekly prices of wheat. Suppose the price of wheat is not changing. So 1 week before also it was the same. Next 1 week you don't have data. The week after that it is the same. Then in such cases you repeat the figure, in between figure. Okay. Suppose one data point or two data points are missing, and you find that it is slightly increasing, but one data point in between is missing. So what you can do is you take the mean, you take the average of the neighboring data points and fill the middle point. Okay. So suppose it is going like 15 gap and 17. So 15 plus 17 by 2, you make it 16. Okay. So if you find such a pattern, either increasing or decreasing, if two or three data points are missing and the trend is not very simple, okay, then in Excel there is a provision that you can drag the data from the earlier points and then drag the data back from the latter points, and then it will automatically assume whatever is the geometric pattern. If it is not a straight line, if it is a geometric pattern, you will be scientifically, if you drag from both sides, you will be filling the gap properly. Now there is a complicated situation where you might have cyclical data. What is cyclical data? Where you have peaks and troughs. That means in terms of scientific terminology, it is a sine wave or simple harmonic motion. So let us say sine wave. Okay, it's a wave form. Okay, so this is a peak and this is a trough. Okay, so now what you have to observe is, are my data points going up like this? Then suppose the data points are coming down. Then you know that this is a peak. Then you have to drag from here, take it up, drag back from here and take it up here. Okay. Similarly, suppose if it's going down and then after a gap it is going up. So you drag from here downwards and drag from here backwards. So depending upon how your pattern is, now if you do it in this way, then you are not disturbing the underlying information. So I said it right in the beginning, the data is all about information. Information is contained in certain values, and that is the key to how we use data or the significance of data. One warning over here is that if there are dissimilar items, okay, now suppose there are two things which are not similar, then do not use the average because they are not representing the same thing. Okay, now data collection methods, I'll quickly go over this. As I said, my emphasis was on the other things. there are three types of data: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Okay. Primary is first-hand data collected from a source directly by the researcher. Okay. It is unpublished and it is obtained through a field survey. And even if you do in a lab experiment, it is all primary data because you're directly collecting it. You have not borrowed it from some database, published database. Okay. In the case of scientific research, if you borrow it from some published database, then that would be secondary. But as long as you're observing in a lab experiment or even in a, say in biology, suppose you have a greenhouse where you have some plants, okay, and you're observing the humidity, the temperature, whatever, okay, all of that. So this is all primary. Then basically this is primary, but secondary is where, and in primary data, these are all the methods that you have: field survey through a questionnaire, personal interviews, observations, where researchers systematically sits and observes. This is generally used in anthropology, where you go and observe certain communities. Focus group discussions. In focus group discussions, what you do, that you get hold of experts. You get hold of, let us say, 10 or 7 experts and ask them to discuss about a particular aspect of your research and record what their views are, what their insights are, what their opinion is, what their attitude towards a particular thing is. Okay, this is focus group. Controlled experiments, this is what you do in labs. And then action research. Action research is participatory, where your respondents, those about whom you're doing research, they participate in some kind of activity, and then from that you draw your data. Okay. So for primary data collection, these are all the methods by which we can do. Okay. Short of time, so I'm skipping this part. Okay. Modes of collection, it could be done through personal contact or through email. The advantage with personal contact is that the data is reliable. The advantage with email is that it is faster and has greater reach. You can reach many more people. In behavioral studies like psychology and organizational behavior, there are ethical questions which become a problem when you are using the questionnaire method, because people are not going to give you the direct answer. Suppose I ask somebody, are you honest? Nobody is going to say, no, I'm not honest. Okay. So there is a problem in questionnaire method about camouflage questions. You have to camouflage the question in such a way. The questionnaire is also known as the instrument. In behavioral studies, basically there is another method where you don't ask a direct question, but you create a scenario. And through that scenario, then you say, how would you react? Suppose it's a psychological study, you would say, suppose there is this situation, what would you do in this situation? It's not a direct question of yes or no. Okay. So in behavioral studies, you have scenario analysis. Okay. Now, what is secondary data? Secondary data is published data. Some other agency has collected it, typically census data, okay, or let us say annual survey of industries, or let us say stock market data. It is all collected by a third party, and then it is also processed and it is published. Okay, so all of these are examples of secondary data where some other agency is collecting the data, processing it, and publishing it. You are only borrowing that data. Okay. Now, these are some sources of secondary data. Again, I'm short of time. Now, there is something called tertiary data. What is tertiary data? Tertiary data is data which is collected by international agencies. Now, suppose I want to know something about the world population. No single government has the capacity to collect all that data. So, and basically the the responsibility of such things is placed on the shoulders of some international bodies like United Nations, World Bank, IMF. So these are all certain bodies which collect tertiary data. UNCTAD, WTO, World Pen Tables, World Bank, OECD, IMF, Eurostat. These are all examples of tertiary data. So we have primary data, we have secondary data, and we have tertiary data. Okay. If this is the last slide, I just want to speak about one more thing before we go on to measure theory. It's a very important thing which I spoke about data. We spoke about, just one second. I'll just take another 2 or 3 minutes, that's all.
Sure, sir.
See, there is something known as a data generating process, DGP. Data is, we might be under the impression that either data is available or data is collected by you. So you are generating the data. In a lab experiment, you have collected observations, maybe over 1 year. Okay. So you must be under the impression that you have generated the data. Okay. This again is something basic which I want to clarify. You have not generated the data. Data is generated by natural processes. What is happening in the real world is something which automatically generates data. One simple example, how is population data being generated? A very simple formula, population data is generated by the difference between birth rate and death rate. Do you all agree? Please say yes or no. Difference between birth rate and death rate. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So the census commissioner cannot say that I have generated the data of population. What is it that has generated the data of population? It is the socio-psychological phenomena that affect the need for having more children. That will determine the birth rate. If there is some change in the social circumstances, if there is some change in the psychology of people, for example, if cost of living goes up and people decide that we cannot afford to have so many children, okay, then that is the data generating process. Similarly, suppose health has improved, okay, the census commissioner has nothing to do with it. Health has improved and people are dying less, so the death rate goes down. So the population is growing. So similarly, if you think about any scientific phenomenon, okay, data is being generated in nature. It could be a physical phenomenon, it could be a natural phenomenon, it could be a social phenomenon, it could be an economic phenomenon. Data is not being generated by the researcher. Data is not being generated by the government. Each phenomenon has got the power, each happening in the real world has the power, it has got its own dynamics, it has got its own source, it has got its own logic, okay, its own mechanism by which data is generated. In a stock market, for example, if there is war, then suddenly the psychology of the buyers in the stock market will change. Okay. If there is a boom in the economy, if the economy is doing well, then people would like to buy more of shares. Or if there is insecurity in the economy, people would like to invest in gold. And then the gold price goes up. Now, from where is data being generated? Data is being generated from the real world. The data is being generated from biological sources, from physical sources, from economic sources, from social sources, from psychology, from happenings that are taking place in the real world. So data generating process is something that all of us must understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful lecture. And I am sure all of us have learned something new today. We are doing all this, but we are not aware of many terms. And that is what has happened today, that certain terms which we were not aware of, we've come to know today from this session. So does any participant have any query for sir? Is there anything that you want to ask?
No, ma'am, not a query, but I'm really grateful for such a session to you and for such insights from sir, that actually doing so much and progressing so much forward in the teaching career also. We could not differentiate these small things, and we casually used some of the terminology in the class, and data की definition पे ही आज लगा कि there is something shaking. So it lit up my mind, and things like that. Many good things, many new things were learned today. Thanks to the organizer and sir. Really, it was a very enlightening session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And our chat box is also getting flooded with thank you messages for you, sir.
Thank you.
So we will meet you again in the next session,
Monday.
Sir. Yeah, Monday. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
you to the participants too. The next session today is at 3:45. So the post lunch session, you can utilize it for your assignment, but we are trying to find out if somebody from GAD TLC can come and help us with the my class queries. So just maybe we'll update on the WhatsApp group. If that is possible, another 10-15 minutes we will require for the person to join and clear our doubts. So we will update on the WhatsApp group. Please read the messages there, that if required, you may have to join a little earlier than the scheduled time for the session. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonika. Thank you, everyone.
Kamna ji, has that been solved? I thought you were on a call or something, so I didn't,
I
call.
tried, and yet have not received the confirmation till now, so I'm still trying.
Yeah, so we'll update on the WhatsApp group if they are available to take these queries.
I asked him or her to join at 2. Let's see.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I, do we have 5 minutes, or are we starting?
Yes, sir, we have 5 minutes, and I'm still waiting for the participants to rejoin.
Sure. No problem. By the time, let me just
So it's time for us to start the session. I welcome you all and our speaker for the session, Professor T. E. Venkateswaran, sir, to the last session of the day. This is the 5th day of the refresher course that we are running since 28th of June. This refresher course has been entitled Embarking in NEP, Research Methodology for Scientific Excellence. And it is being organized by Daulat College, University of Delhi, in association with, in collaboration with UGC-MMTTC, SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And we have with us Professor T.V. Venkateswaran, sir. Sir is visiting professor in IISER Mohali, and he has earned his PhD in Popular Perceptions of Science in Colonial Tamil Nadu 1820 to 1920. And sir, आपका जो profile है, it's quite varied. You have MA in History from University of Madras. You have PG Diploma in Science and Technology, Communication, Pondicherry University. You have BSc in Mathematics from Madras University. I'm really surprised, sir, how would you interview all these things. I would be witnessing this in this lecture. Sir has been associated with Vigyan Prasar, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi since 2002. And with Center for Development of Imaging Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, 1996 to 2002. The area of research of Sir are intersection of history of science, science and society studies, science and education, and public communication of science and technology. Besides, Sir has a long span of teaching, and Sir teach say a few of the courses that Sir teach science and society. Science and society, social science curriculum and textbooks, field experience in science education, pedagogy of science and science curricula. Sir has a long list of publications, and Sir has received fellowship from UNAWE, International Astronomical Union, Netherlands. Sir has been fellow of Science and U, Public Communication of SNT, Nancy, France. Sir has also received fellowship from Communicating Astronomy to Public from International Astronomical Union, Colombia, and also the fellowship of 7th Union Spring School of on History of Science and Popularization Science on television. And Sir has also been a fellow of Visualization of Heavens, Max Planck Institute for the History of Science. Sir has been affiliated with many national and international journals. Sir is on the editorial board of Science and Culture, Indian Science News Association, Kolkata. Sir has also been on the editorial board of Tulir Science Periodical in Tamil, associate editor of Arrivial Palagai, a monthly Tamil popular science periodical, POEC, that is Public Outreach and Education Committee, Astronomical Society of India, Society for the History of Science and Science, Kolkata. Sir has also been associated with Commonwealth Association for Science, Technology and Mathematical Education, that is CASME, CASTME, Indian Science News Association, and Kolkata Indian Science Writers Association. So, sir, I am really interested in listening to you. Without further ado, I would invite you to come and deliver your talk on. The title for the sir's talk today is Communicating Science Key Points. Sir, I welcome you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the participants.
Hello, sir. Sorry, I got a little late. Enjoy.
Yeah, hi. I saw you. It's okay. Good. Thank you. So I think without much ado, I'll start my session. I'll share my slides, and then let me just do a small tech check, and then we can.
You've been made co-host, sir. I believe you will be able to do it. Please check once.
Yeah. So, is my screen visible, and is it moving?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
It's visible, but did you change? It's...
Yeah. So, as I've been introduced as one person who have been involved in science communication for long, I'm sure you know that public communication means that you have to have nice titles, right? It's not just enough that what you say, but you have to also have good headings. So I thought I'll title my talk as Why We Must Be Like a Frog. I'm sure you're all curious why such a title. So let me start telling you a small story. Perhaps that will clarify why I'm keeping this title. It's an old Chinese folk tale. Once upon a time. After all, every story starts with that, right? That's how we start a story, right? Once upon a time, there lived a fish and a tadpole. I mean, I'm sure all of you know that when a frog comes out, I mean, it's like a tadpole, right? A tadpole is like a fish. Okay. I mean, if you look at it, it will look very similar to a fish, right? Or there will be a lot of commonalities. So this fish and the tadpole was living in a small pond, and they were growing together in that. So the folktale says that they were thick friends. They were roaming around the pond, nook and corner, every day. They'll spend almost all their waking time together. But a story needs a twist, right? If there is no twist, there is no story. So one day, all this changed. The tadpole became a frog. So because it's a frog, the frog was able to hop from the pond to the land. but the fish had to stay back. Fish can't come into the land, right? But the frog can. But the frog and the fish, they were like soulmates. I mean, if you want to use today's kids' word, something like bestie, whatever, right? Mr. Deepak Kumar, can you mute yourself? Yeah. So the frog told the fish that, yeah, I can go to the land. So what I'll do is that whenever I go to the land, I'll describe that to you. So even if you cannot go, you can see the land through my eyes. So I'll write you a letter telling you what I'm seeing in the land. So this is a letter. Let's take a minute to read this. Land is so beautiful, full of lush grass and tall trees reaching the skies. It's a paradise. I'm quite astounded at the birds who can soar up in the air and fly around. I'm shocked and stunned at humans. They have ingenuity to create marvels, and they are also stupid to fight with each other in the name of religion, region, and whatnot. I wish you were here. I miss you so much. Yours ever loving, Frog. Simple letter. I'm sure if you ask a child to write about something of this kind, this is what a child would also write, right? Let's take a minute. Let's now look at this letter from the eye of the fish. Put yourself in the position of fish. Grass. What does grass mean to the fish? Does it make any sense? Or trees? If I tell a fish that I saw a tall tree, what is it? If I tell you that I saw a tall tung-tung, you have no understanding of what is tung-tung, no? I mean, it's just a sound, right? What does it mean? Would fish know grass, tree, sky, bird, air, fly, humans, religion, region? None of this fish will know, right? So this is a key challenge. When you are communicating to an audience, your audience may not be aware of the world that you are trying to communicate, or a network of meaning, a particular perception that you are trying to communicate. Your audience is not going to be aware. So this is a key challenge of a communication. We are like frog when we want to communicate science to ordinary people. When we want to talk to ordinary people about science, we are like frog because we are familiar with the world of science, whichever area that you belong to. It may be botany, it may be physics, it may be mathematics, whatever discipline that you belong to, social sciences, okay. How do you explain that to a novice? How do you explain that to a new person who is not familiar with that field? Just like a fish will not make sense of the word like grass, tree, sky, bird, etc. The ordinary people don't understand. That is the key problem of science communication. But assume that the frog has written this letter differently. Instead of just writing grass, Suppose the frog has written grass, which look like the underwater musk grass. Again, if the fish has written, instead of just trees, they grow very tall, like the lotus stem. Now, there is a possibility, great possibility, higher possibility, probability, the fish would make some sense of what is being said about the land. Fish can start imagining, fish can start mentally thinking about what this mysterious place called land is. You get my point? If you just write grass, you are writing from your position. But the moment you write something like grass, which looks like the underwater musk grass, because the musk grass, underwater fish is familiar, right? It's its domain. You are writing or you are communicating being in the shoe of the fish. Right? So this is the central issue of science communication. That's what it means to be a frog, learning to be a frog in science communication. So we should be able to bridge the gap between scientific community and the general public. And because we come from general public, after all, we are born in the society, we have grown with in the society, we have lived a life in the society, similar to the frog which grew up in the pond. But then, because of our life circumstances, we are introduced to a new world, the world of science. I mean, again, when I use the word science here, I mean it in a broad sense, all organized knowledge. Okay, all organized knowledge, which systematically question itself. Okay, a critical with critical thinking. So, which includes what is usually called as natural sciences, mathematical sciences, social sciences, even large part of human sciences like anthropology and so on, right? So if you want to bridge the gap, then we should learn to be a frog. But then some of us might start wondering, are trees equal to lotus stem? Is that really correct? Are we accurate? Are we doing justice? I want to introduce you to the research area. There is a research area which is part of the social sciences, which looks at expertise. Okay, what is expertise? If you have a nuclear physicist, we would certainly say that she is the expert in that field. If you have a ophthalmologist, somebody who looks at our eye and who have studied medicine and so on, we would say that that person has expertise. But then expertise is not only in this area, right? We also have language experts. We also have mechanics, car mechanics. Who is the expert? After all, if you own a vehicle, you would be going to a particular car shed or workshop to get your vehicle repaired because you believe that particular guy is expert, or at least have expert about your vehicle, right? Even chef, cooking, for example, there is expertise. So there is expertise. There are certain expertise which are ubiquitous. Like say, for example, morning I woke up, I folded my bed sheet. Folding a bed sheet needs certain skills. But we don't really call it as, I am an expert in folding bedsheet, right? Or things that we do on everyday basis. Like say, for example, I comb my hair. But I combing my hair and most of us combing our hair is not, there is no expertise that we see. Okay, it's all ubiquitous. It's all there for everybody. It's a skill. But whereas, if you look at somebody in a beauty parlor who will also do your hair, right? We call that as expertise because there is something more, right? From whatever that we do on everyday level. So there are ubiquitous expertise. Like for example, I combing my hair, I fold my bed sheet. There are various things that we do as a human being. All of that requires skill, but those skills are not considered deep expertise. Okay, so they are ubiquitous. It's there with everybody. Then there is disposition. That how do I look at world around? Do I have reflective ability? What is this reflective ability means? Again, something we are all teachers, so we know that in our class, what we want children to learn is not only content, which is important, but also a ability to reflect, meaning that ability to think, ask ourselves a question like, am I correct? Can I be wrong? Why should I believe this particular claim? Okay, any claim. It may be about history, why there was a so-called Sipai mutiny or the first war of Indian independence. It may be that kind of a question. Or universe is so old. If you look at, for example, physics, cosmology, our ability to reflect, ask, think, am I correct? The third level, when you look at expertise, is specialist expertise. Okay, so this specialist expertise come actually in 5 different categories. The first is something like a beer mat knowledge. Something like saying that largest river is Amazon or things of that kind. Factoids. Some factoids. Or the time taken for light to travel from sun to earth is about 8 minutes. This kind of factoids. The second is called popular understanding, where slightly more than factoid. We'll come to that. That's what we are going to explain. The third is somebody who is aware of the primary source knowledge. Then there is somebody who can do interactional expertise. And then there is somebody who can do contributory expertise. Teachers, most of us, we are mostly, when we are teaching, we have interactional expertise. Some of us might engage in research in a specific domain. There we have contributory expertise. So contributory meaning that you are contributing to the building of the knowledge. You are writing papers, you are discovering something new, innovating something new. So there is a range of expertise. So in this range of expertise, we are talking about popular understanding. So the popularization within expertise comes in this particular domain, right? So in this domain, are technical words a hurdle? So most of us might think that science is difficult to communicate because it uses a lot of technical words. So that is why it is very difficult. But then if you look at many esoteric jargons like replication, transcription, translation. If you are into life sciences, biology, DNA, genetics, etc., this is something that, for example, like this, each domain has its own basket of jargon, esoteric jargons. So is so many things. For example, cricket, bumper, okay, no ball. I mean, I'm sure most of us are aware of cricket, right? No ball means what? In plain English, no ball means there is no ball. But that's not the meaning within cricket, right? So it's a technical word. But we don't feel discomfort with cricket. We don't say that I don't understand cricket because of the technical words, right? It's not just only in cricket. For example, cooking, whipping. What is the plain English meaning of that? I'm going to do whipping now. Oh, come on. Cutting and folding. What is the plain English meaning? But whereas, what does it mean in cooking, right? So technical words are all around. Technical words are not the key problem. The problem is, how do I explain simply? To do that, like Einstein makes this famous quote, if you can't explain it simply, you have not understood it well enough. So it is our deep understanding of something that helps us to communicate in a very simple manner. Let's take this issue accuracy. Does Earth go around the sun or sun go around the Earth? Quite obviously, we all know the answer. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. But if there are some physicists in this group, they will say that neither sun is going around the Earth or Earth is going around the sun, but both of them are going around a common center of gravity, what's called as a Berry center. Okay. But that's not what we write in our elementary school textbook, right? The same physics teacher would also say that, well, that's also not actually very accurate. If you look at it from Einstein's general relativity, the space is curved. So the Earth is going around in geodesic in the curved space. So it looks like as if Earth is going around the sun. I mean, if you go from special relativity to general relativity, then you might say that no, neither it's going around the sun nor going around Earth or anything of that kind. They both are following world timeline. Well, which is very accurate. But then, what do we write, for example, in our primary school textbook? We do write that Earth is going around the sun, right? That's not really wrong. Once you learn physics deeply, you might learn these additional aspects, right? So accuracy is matter of context. How accurate? See, being wrong is very different from being accurate. We should not confuse these two. Wrong and accuracy are not exactly same. Accuracy is a degree, right? So that accuracy is a degree. So how accurate or how detailed you will be depends on your audience context, right? So again, like technical words are not the problem. Accuracy is not the main challenge in science communication. You can make everything simple without being simpler. Okay. So what is the challenge? The challenge is the nature of the world of science. So what is the nature of world of science? the nature of world of science has some special features. It talks about new reality domain. Mostly, the scientific world is counterintuitive. The scientific world deals with abstract and also concrete at the same time. It's incongruous. The world of science has organized skepticism. These are some of the key features of the world of science. If some of you are into philosophy or philosophy of science, these would be called as the features of science or nature of science, features of science. New reality, counterintuitive, abstract and concrete, incongruous, organized skepticism. Let's take a quick look at what are these mean.
Sir, it should be incongruous or congruous?
Incongruous, I'll explain. So the new reality domain, let's take it. Suppose if you in your everyday life go into your kitchen and look around and mentally classify what is there in your kitchen, you will classify mentally something like the objects there as utensils, right? So basically, from function, how we use, we might classify things. But the moment you come to a science class or material science or chemistry, we classify things from a completely different framework, right? Metal, non-metal, metallic alloys, ionic compounds. We look at that in a very different with the different spectacles. So, for example, many of these words, many of these concepts, like ionic compound, metallic bond, or compounds, so on. These are not something that we use in our everyday living. I mean, of course, as teacher, if you're a chemistry teacher, you might be using it in your class. What I mean in everyday life is outside the world of science, outside our classrooms, in our everyday interaction with the people around. These are not something that we use as a conceptual framework for talking, discussing, debating, right? Same thing. When we talk about, for example, a cellular mechanism, okay, so there is a cellular transport. This is something that we know, but it is not something that, again, a process that we use it as a framework to discourse in our everyday life with people around. Process, fossilization, okay. So essentially, what it means is, in terms of entities are like objects, right? So science creates new entities, and those entities are not from our everyday life. They are diverse from our everyday life. Science creates processes, or science talks about processes, or science unravels processes, which again are not in our everyday conscience. Quotidian life, it's not part of it, right? It's not part of it. Most importantly, the way we do justification in science is very different from our everyday quotidian life. Let's take this example. If I drop a ball and a feather, in science, we will start by saying both should actually fall together. That is its natural tendency. But because there is a air friction, the ball is able to fall earlier compared to a feather because of friction, air friction. It's floating and it's falling slower. So what has now has become its a natural property? The natural property of ball and feather is to fall together. But in our everyday life, what is the natural property of the ball and the feather? In our everyday life, the natural property of the ball and the feather is the feather will fall slowly, the ball will fall faster. So basically, in our everyday life, heavier things will fall faster, lighter things will fall slower. That's our everyday life. But whereas in science, it's very different, right? We start by saying both of them should. I'm sure we have all studied the Galileo's ball experiment from Leaning Tower of Pisa and blah, 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 right? So I'm sure we know that irrespective of the mass of the object, both of them are supposed to accelerate at the same rate. So both of them are supposed to touch at the ground at the same rate, same time, and so on, right? So in science, our justification is completely different, right? Yeah. So these are the four aspects of the new reality domain that is very different from our everyday life. You have new entities, you have new processes, you have different ways of justification. What is natural? What is why something happens like this? You know, our justifications are different. So you have new entities, new processes, justification. This justification part, let me elaborate. Let me add one more example. Suppose you are rolling a ball. Our everyday life, our natural tendency is to expect the ball to slow down after some time and then stop. That's what naturally a ball will do when you roll a ball. But from physics, from Newton's first law, naturally the ball should be going on forever in the same straight line. Because there is something called as a frictional force, which is acting opposite to the direction of the motion, the ball stops. That's our explanation. That's our justification of why the ball stops, right? So, in physics, you don't need to explain why the ball is moving. Because in a different frame, even a ball which is sitting on the shelf, if I don't look from the frame of reference of Earth, but if I look at from the frame of reference of, let's say, a sun, the ball is moving because the Earth is rotating, right? So in physics, why something is moving? Dr. Kamlesh, can you mute yourself? Why the ball is moving is not what you are explaining, but the why the ball is stopping. When something is in motion, why it is stopping, that is what needs explanation. But in our everyday life, the other way around, right? So the way we explain things, the way we justify things in science and everyday life, there is a big gap. The second aspect is counterintuitive. Again, a very simple example from our physics is the double slit experiment. I presume most of you would recall this from our higher secondary education. Okay, higher secondary. I presume that most of you would have gone through some amount of physics in your higher secondary school. Nowadays, of course, these are discussed even in 10th standard. So if I have a screen with two holes, and if I'm sending a particle beam, our everyday life expectation is that the two particle beams will go through these two holes and then hit at 2 points on the screen. So we should be seeing two bright spots where the particles go and hit the screen. Something like here, right? Something like this. This is what we expect. But what we see actually is that you have a pattern, what is called as a diffraction pattern. I won't go into the physics. I'll presume that you know about it. I'm sure we are all, sorry, we are all, one second. This, I think, yeah, one second, sorry. We all know about this amount of physics from our school education. I'll presume that. Yeah, so there is a counterintuitiveness about science. Let us take another example. Evolution of eye. If you are from life science field, we do talk about the evolution of eye, right? I mean, it's so counterintuitive, right? So intricate is our eye mechanism. How do we think that it could have evolved step by step, right? So there is a huge counterintuitiveness about how a complex system like eye could have evolved. See, the usual example of butterflies or moths, right? Black moth, white moth, and so on. It's not very complex. It's just one color. There is a spectrum of color between black and white. So industrial revolution, these are the common examples that we talk about when we talk about evolution, right? So it's there we are not talking about evolution of a complex mechanism. We are only talking about choice of the color because of the changes in the environment. It's easy to make. It's easy to understand why, for example, after industrial revolution, the black moth population increased. There is no big challenge there in understanding. But imagine eye. How did eye evolve from a single cell organism to a multicellular organism like humans? Okay, or birds. Okay, how did the bird eye evolve? It's a very complex process, right? So it's very, very counterintuitive. Let's take the again everyday question: chicken or egg, which came first? If you look from historical evolutionary point of view, egg came first because chicken evolved much later, right? Chicken is supposed to have evolved from a particular dinosaur. Again, very counterintuitive, right? How could such a huge dinosaur evolve into something like such a small chicken? Again, it's not something that is very intuitive, counterintuitive. The third feature of science is it's abstract and concrete at the same time. Our experience gets bisected, and then the explanation is a combination. So we bisect our experience into abstract and concrete, and then in the explanation, we combine them together. So let's go back to the same question of a feather and a hammer. Our experience is that hammer falls faster, feather falls slower. That's our everyday experience. But then we bisect that experience in physics, Newtonian physics. We say, in the absence of air, under gravity, if gravity is the only force acting on them, they both should fall together in vacuum, for example. But In our everyday life, there is air around, the air friction, and so on and so forth. So basically, what we are doing is that we are bisecting our experience, and in our explanation, we are combining them together. Yeah. So this constant movement from abstract to concrete, okay, from abstract to concrete, concrete to abstract, this constant shift which is happening in our world of science is not what we are used to in our everyday life. In our everyday life, we don't bisect the experience. Experiences comes as together. Experience is seen as one single act. We don't bisect into it, right? Same about nature and nurture. I'm sure many of you would be from life science field. Many of us are aware of, for example, twin studies. So if you look at some of the recent works with regard to genetics, you will find that, let's say, a particular kind of cancer, there is so much percentage because of nature, so much percentage because of nurture, that is so much percentage because of the environmental impact, so much percentage because of the genetic constitution. So genes contribute this many percentage, our surrounding contribute this many percentage. So basically, again, when we see a human being, we see that human being as one, right? But whereas in genetics, you are bisecting it, nature and nurture. And then, of course, in the explanation, you are combined. So this is something that happens in sciences, which is very, very different from the way we conduct discourse in our everyday life. So incongruous. Why science is incongruous? For example, in physics, it's too abstract. So if there are a physics teacher here and you are going to talk about, let's say, particle physics, you would talk something like SU symmetry and so on and so forth, which is so abstract, or world timelines, again, which is so abstract. It's not something that one can make sense from our everyday life. It's not like, for example, the physics of Aristotle, right? Which is essentially talking with about things that are around us. We are now talking about something very deep, very, very new reality domains, its action. So it's very abstract. So many areas are too theoretical. In some cases, it's too remote in time. See, when we talk something that happened 40 years earlier, 80 years earlier, even 100 years earlier, a human can feel it. But suppose if I say something has happened 1,000 years, is it something that can we really feel? 10,000 years, 2 million years. I mean, it's a number, right? We cannot really feel something like yesterday, 5 days ago, 5 years ago. The emotionally what we mean, the timeline that comes to our mind when we talk about yesterday or 5 years ago, which is in our comprehensible area domain, is very different when we talk about something like 2 million years. There is no emotion. 2 million and 5 million. Does it seem to make big difference? Yeah, of course, except in number. So when we talk about prehistory, no time, we are talking about really remote times. Cosmology, remote places. What do you mean when you say some object is 100 light years out? Does it even, when we say, for example, sitting in Delhi, thinking about, let's say, Trivandrum, it's very, very far. We know. Mentally, we can imagine that it's very far. But the object which is 5 light years away, 100 light years away, does it make that same impact? So remote places. in molecular biology, we talk about infinitesimal. For example, actions takes place at picoseconds, right? For example, binding and unbinding. Let's say, for example, if you are looking at the molecular process of photosynthesis, right? How does the electron transfer takes place? These all happen at picoseconds, right? So the world of science, there are so much incongruous in it. It seems very different, very radically different from our everyday discourse, right? So that's why I use the word incongruous. Yeah, I told you that I'll explain. The last feature of sciences, it's organized skepticism. What is this organized skepticism? This is something that I faced really during COVID. That time I was with the Department of Science and Technology, as they explained to you, I was part of Vigyan Prasar. So when the COVID vaccines came, there were a lot of press people who asked me that, why are we wasting time? You have discovered. So why don't we distribute the vaccines immediately? People are dying. No, we said that no, we have to go through testing, clinical testing. Oh, so it means that you are not sure that this vaccine will work. So you are saying that the vaccine is dangerous. No, we said, no, the vaccine may not be dangerous. Vaccine might be working, but you need to test. But why do you need to test if you know it is working? This was the kind of dialogue that was taking place. Science works within the framework of organized skepticism, which is not the way, for example, our everyday discourse happens. So if you look from logic, so if you put a logic table, okay, so let's say you have a hypothesis, something like, let's say, this vaccine will work, or this vaccine is safe, anything of that kind, okay. There can be 4 possibilities. What are those 4 possibilities? The first possibility is the hypothesis is true, and our conclusion is also true. We also accept it. So that's a correct conclusion. The hypothesis is false. We also reject it. So we have come to a correct conclusion. So these are in 2 opposite ends. Most importantly, there are 2 possible errors, possible types of errors. Type 1 error, type 2 error. So type 1 error is we reject a true null hypothesis. Type 2 error is we accept a false null hypothesis. Let me explain that with a very simple, jovial example, so we'll be able to understand. Let's say, for example, there is a woman who is pregnant. So we come to a conclusion that, oh, she is pregnant. So we are in that quadrant, which is true. So we are saying, okay, fine. So true conclusion, no problem. True negative is a man cannot be pregnant. Okay, so it's a true negative. Okay, so true positive is possible, true negative is possible, there's no problem. So what are the type 1, type 2 error? The type 1 error is called as false positive. So we are saying the man that you are pregnant. It's a false positive. Then there is a false negative error. We are telling a pregnant woman that you are not pregnant. Okay, so that's a false negative error, type 2 error. Okay. So in science, we are ready to accept a type 2 error, but not a type 1 error. Why? Because the moment you make a type 1 error, we'll be making a big mistake. But whereas in type 2 error, over a period of time, the reality will force us to find the truth. There is no problem. Okay. So the type 1 error will take us to a garden path. Okay. Will lead us astray. So in science, most of the time, we do not want type 1 error at all. But whereas in our everyday life, it's other way around. Okay. Our intuitive mind might accept a false positive, but not a false negative. Okay. So this is a problem with justification in terms of science and everyday life. Okay. And again, in our everyday life, we don't go through this kind of truth tables. We don't ask questions. Can this be a false, type 1 error? Can this be a type 2 error? Can this be a false positive? Can this be a false negative? We don't ask such questions and then make evaluation in our everyday discourse. So our everyday discourse and the world of science, there is this big problem. That is why when the clinical test was taking place, we want to avoid the type 1 error, that is false positive. Okay. We don't want a vaccine which is unsafe to be accepted. We might reject a safe vaccine with the doubt. That's okay for science, right? So that is why you go through this clinical trials, even when our otherwise laboratory studies show that it is safe, it's useful, and so on. Yeah. So that's why you go in for a organized skepticist approach to our claims in science, right? So this is something again very counter to our everyday discourse. So to go back and summarize, as I said, the world of science differs from our everyday quotidian life because there are new reality domains. Okay, it's very counterintuitive. There is this abstract and concrete where we move from abstract to concrete, concrete to abstract. It's incongruous. We are talking about things which are too remote, too infinitesimal, and so on. And our attitude is organized skepticism when we are talking about science, world of science. Let's go back to the frog. That's where we started, right? The pond is like our everyday life. The land is like the world of science. Fish, that is our audience, ordinary people, live in the pond. But whereas we who have had opportunity, access to move to this new world of science, okay, so we are like frog. We can move from the pond to the world of science. And then we want to talk about the land to the frog, right? So what is the difference between the pond and the land? Well, okay, real pond, real land, we know the difference. But when we talk about it figuratively in our context, okay, when we talk about the world, our everyday quotidian life, and then the world of science, what is the difference? These are the 5 key differences, right, that we saw now. So how do I communicate about something like the world of science to our ordinary public? There are 3 golden rules. So the first rule is from known to unknown. The second rule is from simple to complex. The third rule is from particular to general. Okay. So I'll explain all these 3 little bit. I will elaborate a little bit. From known to unknown is something very similar to, for example, in the letter, I suggested that suppose if the frog has written not just grass, but grass like the muskgrass, okay, did not write just tree, but trees are something like a lotus stem, but with a thick stem and so on and so forth, tall and so on, so forth. Okay. So you are taking people from the known to the unknown. Okay. You are building concepts from known to the unknown. What is simple to complex? Again, you in a complex mechanism, you start with simple components, build, and then bring it to the complex understanding. From particular to general, whenever we are making abstraction, go from particular, make the abstraction, and then come back to the particular. Okay, so these are the 3 golden rules. And I'm talking to a community of teachers. Intrinsically, over a period of time, by our own experience, I'm absolutely sure all of you have used it. It's not as if that you are learning it first time. Maybe you are learning it in terms of this kind of formulation now, but I'm sure in your class, whenever you are teaching kids over a period of time, you would have picked up that this is what works. Okay, so you would have also used this known to unknown in your classroom. I'm just only formalizing it. Okay, I'm giving you as a formalized system understanding. Most of us teachers, by our practice over a period of time, imbibe this in our communication in the classroom. But when we are conscious that this is what needs to be done, then we can do it better. That's why this formulation here. So how do I make unfamiliar familiar? That's a key problem. When the frog is going to talk about the land to the fish, the land is unfamiliar to the fish, right? So how do I make the unfamiliar familiar? Similarly, when we want to talk about the world of science to ordinary public, the world of science is unfamiliar. How do I make that familiar? So there are 4 tools that are available to us. Analogy, imagistic, sometimes technically it's also called as metaphor and simile. Illustrations are example. When I say illustration here, I don't mean pictures. I mean illustrate with the example, that kind of illustration. And then thought experiment. Okay, so analogy, metaphor or imagistic, real life example, thought experiment. These are the 4. I will just explain them using a few examples so that we understand what they mean. Okay. Analogy. Again, many of us are familiar that when we want to introduce the notion of genetic information and how that genetic information is transcribed, translated, and so on and so forth, we might use an analogy like a recipe book. Okay, the genes are like a recipe book, and mRNA is like you're copying a recipe in a small sheet of paper, and then how the ribosome converts that into amino acids and then joins them and makes a protein, similar to, for example, how we combine ingredients to make a cake. So we are talking about an analogy, right? Many of us might be familiar. So this is analogy. Analogy is a very good tool for taking people from known to unknown. Because recipe book, ingredients, cooking, these are all something that we know from our everyday life. From there, you are trying to explain the mechanism, explain the way, for example, the genetic transcription, translation, etc. takes place in a very simple way. Okay, so this is useful. You can be very imaginative and creative. For example, during the COVID, I had to talk about this antigen and antibody quite a lot. I mean, we all know about it, right? So antibody, antigen, this was in the public discussion. Something like cricket score, newspapers, media did talk about antigen, antibody, and so on and so forth, right? So how do I explain that? So I was thinking about it. So I came up with this analogy. That is, you can imagine antigen is like a nut or a fastener, and the antibody as a spanner. So the spanner has to exactly fit the fastener, right, or the nut. That's what neutralizing antibody is, right? So you can use imaginatively, creatively such analogy if you want to communicate something uh, complex to ordinary public. Okay, so this is the analogy. Likewise, for example, the analogy of how, for example, if your vehicle is going to enter into a stand from your road, the vehicle naturally gets deviated, right? So in the same way, light rays get deviated when they move from one medium to another medium. You know, your experience, whether you are using a car or a cycle, when you go from a road to the mud, there is a deviation in your path, right? So that experience can be used. That's an analogy. So many analogies are part of pedagogy structures. Like, for example, pump, water, we used to explain LCT. I won't get into this. We all know about it. We are all school teachers. Similarly, we are all college teachers, so we know this. Similarly, activation energy in chemistry can be thought of as energy barrier, etc., as road with up and down bumps. Okay, so whether that energy barrier can be overcome or not. So this is analogy. Analogy is a very, very powerful, useful tool that helps us get over things. I'll round up in another 6 minutes. I know that it's already 4:30. I think this is around the time that we are planning to close, right? So I'll just wind up. Next is imagistic, which is a metaphor. Again, something that we are all aware. Whenever we talk about immunity, we talk about defense, offense. You know, these are the words by which we communicate the idea of immunity, right? School, we look at a cell as a factory, right? So that's again a metaphor where inputs come in from outside, and then processes take place within the cell, and then energy is produced and so on, right? So we are using a factory analogy in a factory metaphor in this. Similarly, when we are talking about bonds, for example, a dipole is used to explain hydrogen-oxygen bond, H2O bond, right? So this is again a imagistic metaphor. Like arms race in the evolution, how, for example, antibiotic features emerge is again a metaphor. Okay, so these are all something that is part of the something that we know. Real world example, you can use, for example, how our the image that is formed in our right eye is not same as left eye. Using this two different images, how our brain makes up depth. That is, how do we know that something is very close, something is very far, is because of this called as parallax. The same parallax is what is used to measure distance of stellar objects. So we can use real world example to explain something like how do we measure stellar objects using something that we are familiar with our body physiology, right? So that parallax method can be used to explain, right? So like a small drop of water, which is like shaped like a lens, magnifies, right? So this particular example can be used to explain how a lens works, right? So chemistry of eggs and eggshell, right? How because of cooking there is a change in, for example, because of the heating, the proteins change, and then how it is solidifies and so on. Again, from real life example, we can explain things. Let me come to the part thought experiment. This is again something that we use in science quite a lot. For example, in physics, when we want to teach, let's say, general relativity this is one thought experiment mostly used. Suppose you are in a rest in a lift, okay? But suppose if the lift is going down, then the cable breaks and the lift is free fall. Everyone in the lift will float because along with the lift, you are also falling at the same rate, right? So relative to you, the lift is also falling at the same rate. So you will be floating. So when you are floating at that time in the free fall, your weight will be zero. So you will be weightless. That's called weightless condition. And that's exactly what's happening inside a spacecraft. I mean, like International Space Station. Okay. So people are weightless. So it's not like absence of gravity, but you are in a free fall situation. So that's why we appear to be floating. Okay. So this is a thought experiment. So you cannot really make this experiment, right? But it's a thought you can make this experiment and then explain this. Similarly, in maths, there is something called as Hilbert's Hotel paradox. I won't spend time in explaining this. I will request you to Google it and take a look at it. There are different types of infinities. How do I explain that there are different types of infinities and properties of infinities through this thought experiment, which is like imagining a hotel with infinite rooms? Okay. So if there is a hotel with infinite rooms and all of the rooms are filled, if there is a new person, do you have a space? Yes. Why? Ask everyone to move one step to the next door. For example, if the person is in room number 2, ask the person to move to room number 3. If your person is in room number n, ask the person to move to room number n plus 1. So the number 1 first room will be vacant. So basically, the idea that infinity plus 1 is infinity. Some of these kinds of maths deep concepts can be understood through this thought experiment. I just said a much more deeper can also be understood, like different types of infinities and so on. Okay, so this is a thought experiment with regard to it's called Hilbert's Hotel thought experiment. You can Google it. The next is in science, try to humanize, bring in the human element in science. Like I'll explain this one small story. So this guy called David Hu, he had a small baby and then he was sitting in his porch. It was rainy, but suddenly the baby cried. So he wondered why the baby is crying. Then he found that baby was bitten by a mosquito. It was raining. So suddenly he then thought, how could a mosquito fly through rain? Imagine a mosquito and imagine a raindrop. It's like you and a Volvo bus. That is a human and a Volvo bus. That's the relative sizes of a raindrop and a mosquito. And the raindrops are falling at a terminal velocity, right? So how could a mosquito fly through the rain? Why the mosquitoes are not killed in the rain? He conducted an experiment and then he found out the mechanism behind the mosquito flying. Okay. So that research had a human element, the starting point, which was something completely unrelated to directly to the research. But by telling you the context, you are making people interested in what you are saying. So in addition to these tools like analogy, metaphor, thought experiments, and real life example, by humanizing it, why we are, how this research came about or why this research is being done, will make people more attentive to what we want to say. So with this, I think I'll stop because I think I've taken a lot of time. So maybe we can spend some time in question answer or any questions, doubts, suggestions. I'll wait for it. Thank you.
Participants, if you have any query, you can unmute yourself and ask sir yourself, or you can drop your query in the chat box as well.
Sir, communication, as we say that translating it to technical to simpler terms is a methodology. Okay. So that means when people who are hard in hearing or visually impaired, if data has to be conveyed to them, information has to be conveyed to them, then it has to be translated. Otherwise, a frog like writing a letter of the first type to the fish has no meaning for a VI person, especially who is not able to see since birth. So the different kind, that means ये सारे aspects रखे जाते होंगे while constructing their material and all.
True. So that's why, for example, people were initially long back when people were thinking about education of visually impaired children, people were not thinking from this angle. So they had a very limited idea. So they said that many things cannot be taught to children of visually impaired children. But today that's not the case. Now we know that, for example, you can use tactile materials. You can use different ways of communicating to even visually impaired. So even visually impaired are now being taught science and other areas, right? So and people are working on it. Because now we are starting to think that communication is from this particular point of view, like I was saying, no, where is really the problem? Okay, so the real problem is in the nature of the world of science. So once we understand, we'll be able to find ways of doing it, and particularly that 3 golden rules that we talked about, right? If we are very self-reflective about it, even our own teaching will become better. So we'll know where really the children are getting stuck, why they are not able to understand, why a particular concepts become too complex to be transacted in classroom. We'll be able to self-reflect, make a plan, so that we will have a better teaching. I mean, again, in tentative children, nothing can be done, but broadly, we can try to make a better impact.
Yes, sir. For example, Braille himself, by time he reached his teenage, he devised a complete method of the Braille script, and the idea was based on, I think, Morse key code. He was able to listen them, and then he implemented this idea despite of being VI. He lost his vision at a very less stage, so he didn't recall the instances, but he devised the whole methodology by the time he reached teenage. But however, despite of that, many VI people could not participate as being scientists, except for the Sridhar case I know. Maybe there are other also. So unke alawa, I have not seen if a person is VI. Maybe we should say other people are incapable to include minority section into the inclusion is the problem, not the capability.
Correct. Yeah. You're very much right. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very nice lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you so much,
Dr. Sonika Sharma, convener of the program, to deliver the vote of thanks to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time to talk to us. And I'm sure our understanding of how we can improve our communication skills as science, faculty has increased a lot after going through this complete session. And, my take home message, I think for most of us is that statement that you said, you had included that if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. And we can say that you explained it well enough to all of us. So we are very, very indebted for this session. And in the chat box too, many participants are writing that they have really enjoyed your session, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you soon, sir, again.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll take leave. Huh?
Sure, sir. Kamna ji, can we ask the GAD person to join now?
I have confirmed it from her, and she would join at 5.
Oh, she'll join at 5 only.
We have 15 minutes. If you wish to take a break, or in case we can open the forum for discussion among the participants, if you have anything to share with others. It's a good chance. You're getting 15 minutes to share your thoughts.
If you're facing any difficulties also, otherwise.
Not only difficulties, whatever you have learned in this refresher course, you can
No,
share with others
if
as
you
well.
think that
As
there's
Shivani has
something,
been doing since I've been watching her doing it for the last 2 days. तो अगर आप लोग भी आपस में कुछ शेयर करना चाहते हैं, and I please make sure that this is on recording. तो
yeah.
अगर आप लोग आपस में कुछ शेयर करना चाहते हैं, तो this is the time.
See, एक चीज और I wanted to add that we've tried to include most of the things that will help all of us in this, but there could be certain things that we've not been able to incorporate in the sessions that are going to come. So that also you can keep in mind and make us aware that okay, if this is also included, that would be better. So next time or whenever whoever does it, we can keep in mind what can be included.
मैम क्या मिसिंग है ये तो नहीं पता, लेकिन हाँ द कंटेंट whatever has been designed, the resource person, they are actually good and informative ही है, मतलब despite of knowing so much, there is a scope of
yes,
further
there's
so
still
much,
so
further
much,
so much,
yeah.
further so much, further so much. तो उसके आगे तो लगता है कि कुछ आता ही नहीं है हमें तो.
Actually, you all might be knowing all these things, but this is refresher course, so we are just refreshing our memory, we are just refreshing our knowledge.
मैम दोनों तीनों
नहीं.
चीजें हैं मैम. 12th के बाद तक कुछ चीजें एक ही बार पढ़ के छोड़ दी और कुछ न्यू ही हैं, न्यू भी है, नो डाउट न्यू भी है, ऐसा नहीं है. तो कुछ न्यू है और कुछ हमने छोड़ दी थी.
सोनिका मैम, आप ये कंफर्म कर दीजिए, एज यू वर सेइंग आई थिंक डे बिफोर yesterday about the presentations which will be starting from 30th or 1st July.
From 1st
So
July.
what all we have to do here, we have to show our research work or the review or the knowledge which we have gained from here.
See what you
like
can.
What all tools we can use in our work.
Okay, Aarti ji, what we really want is that you present here either a graphical extract or a poster or your PowerPoint presentation. It should not be your published work. It could be even a idea that is new to you and you work on it using all things related to all skills related to research methodology, which maybe we have not discussed everything here. You already know so many other things. So incorporate all that and prepare your assignment. What we do not want is that somebody has presented a poster somewhere and they just present that over here. That is not something we encourage.
Right. Okay,
right?
ma'am.
So
okay,
just
ma'am.
work
So
on it. It could
it's
be
not
a new
compulsory
idea.
to yes. So it's not compulsory to make any presentation. We can even make our graphical abstract or
you
poster.
can present your graphical abstract, you can present your poster, or you can make a PowerPoint presentation, whatever you feel like.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I have invited Shrutika a little earlier, so she is joining in 5 minutes.
That is good. So those who had queries, I hope they are here in this session because the participants are very few.
Ma'am, do we have attendance for this session also?
No.
But Aarti, that we are working on LMS and we should know it
so
in depth.
If
So
they will share the LMS screen maybe, and we can
even
all
though
go through.
we've been working on LMS, there would be something to learn from them.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that we all should be here.
I don't think it will be a long session. So
no,
okay,
it would be based on our queries only. कि हमें क्या चाहिए.
Okay.
Kamna ma'am, here in Saibabad it is raining heavily.
Even at my place it is raining.
So the organizers are requested for IT, including pakoda and chai.
IT.
It is customary as with respect to the refresher course, with respect to the weather, and with respect
so the convener
to the
and
rainfall.
the co-convener are requested to provide for that.
Convener, and organizing committee members all are responsible for not providing.
So what we can do, all of us can make a cup of tea and sit together at our respective places wherever
switch
we
on
are.
The videos as well so that we can share.
मैम बेसन के पकौड़े भी होने चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं होता.
तो फिर उसके लिए तो लंबा ब्रेक देना पड़ेगा ना, चाय तो झटपट बन जाती है. इसलिए सिर्फ चाय कह रहे.
बेसन के पकोड़े बनाने के लिए भी कोई चाहिए भाई. अब यहाँ
हाँ जी, अंजू मैम कुछ कह रहे थे आप.
हाँ, हाई टी का बोल रहे थे ना.
मैम आज की अटेंडेंस कहाँ है?
Standing high
Hey,
also.
Narendra ji, look into the
यस
chat
मैम।
box.
Chat
Chat
box.
box देखो.
मैम
हाँ
देख
जी
रहा हूँ, पता नहीं मेरे में डाउनलोड नहीं हो रहा है।
Chat box डाउनलोड कब करते हैं?
नहीं नहीं, वो मतलब उसमें मैसेज डाउनलोड नहीं हो रहे हैं।
अच्छा, मैं दोबारा पोस्ट कर रही हूँ, एक बार देखो.
हाँ
यस
जी
मैम
मैम,
प्लीज।
आप बोलिए, आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
हाँ जी मैम.
अंजू मैम कुछ कह रहे थे, फिर वो रह गई बात।
हाँ जी मैम, चाय स्पॉन्सर कर रहे थे.
अच्छा,
नहीं, अभी बोला था ना इसने, शिवानी ने, कि हाई टी का अरेंजमेंट करो। तो
हाँ,
सोनिका का आइडिया अच्छा था कि सब लोग अपना अपना कप
कप
लेके,
लाओ और यहीं
लेकिन
पियेंगे।
लेकिन वी हैव टू स्टैंड हाई एंड देन ड्रिंक इट, देन
यस मैम, समझ आ गया, मेटाफर है, और हाई कर करके दिखा के तब पियेंगे, देन इट विल बी हाई टी.
लेकिन ये जो सर थे कमाल के थे।
मैम, you remember I had mentioned about his session to you?
हाँ,
Yeah.
यस,
This is the same
द
session
सेम
that I had
पर्सन,
attended.
या
Yeah.
ये फ्रॉग वाला तुमने बताया था।
हाँ, मैंने आपको
आई
बताया था।
मल्टी टैलेंटेड थे ये।
बिल्कुल, इतना डाइवर्स, मतलब मैथमेटिक्स, हिस्ट्री, आई डोंट नो, एंड
हाँ,
नाउ साइंस कम्युनिकेशन एंड हिस्ट्री ऑफ
लेकिन
साइंस.
जो भी पढ़ाया, मतलब आंखें चक्षु खोल दिया हमारे।
बिल्कुल,
मैम आज डेटा जिन्होंने पढ़ाया था वो भी बहुत ही अमेजिंग थे.
बिकॉज वो बहुत ही ही इज एन एक्सपर्ट, प्रोफेसर भानु मूर्ति. अब नेक्स्ट सेशन भी है उनका, आई थिंक मंडे को ही है उनका सेशन अगला.
Actually, ma'am, the field of statistics and econometrics has already, मतलब always been a matter of interest. तो थोड़ा सा समझ आया कि वो, अगर इन दोनों में से कोई फील्ड होती तो ऐसी होती. तो उनका भी एक अमेजिंग लेक्चर लगा, बिल्कुल डिफरेंट था काफी.
बिल्कुल, आगे हफ्ते में भी काफी सारे अच्छे सेशंस है, सारे ही अच्छे सेशंस है. अब हम वेट
एक
करते हैं.
एक दो लोगों के लिए आपने बोला कि विल सी यू अगेन, तो उम्मीद है कि मे बी दोस पर्संस आर गोइंग टू डिलीवर सम अनदर इनसाइट्स.
I have also requested Apoorv ji to attend the session so that हमें कोई इशू होगा तो हम बाद में उनसे भी कंसल्ट कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, ये अच्छा आइडिया है कामना जी, आपने बोल दिया ना उनको.
हाँ, बोल दिया.
ओके.
The two MCQs will be shared during at the end of the refresher, or will be getting it in between sometime.
Kamna ji, what would you like to answer that?
It's completely up to us. In case you wish, we can take an take an take a MCQ test in middle of the session, in middle of the refresher course, or we can take both of them at the end of the session.
मैम बट इट डिपेंड्स ना, अगर वो कंटेंट कवर हुआ है तभी तो दे पाएंगे आप, या
Right.
cover.
नहीं, वो तो we will take
नहीं,
care,
on the
but
basis of the topics that we have dealt with. तो उसके बाद ही उसी के basis पे हम इसे divide भी कर सकते हैं, और we can take 2 MCQ test at the end of the refresher course. I believe that would be better.
मैम वैसे भी रिफ्रेशर्स के बाद ही आएगा, जैसे हर बार ज्यादा आ रहा है ना कि दे विल बी गिविंग स्पेसिफिक विंडो इन विच वी हैव टू फिनिश इट. Like might be in the morning they will open the link and by evening we have to finish our task. This is how
We'll
they
be
used
assigning
to
it
do
after
in
the valedictory,
yes,
and you will have that day to
and
complete this.
so after the valedictory till the end of that day.
Yes.
So that will be just a few hours.
मैम फिर तो हाफ हाफ दे दीजिए मैम, ट्यूसडे को एक दे दीजिए, लास्ट मंडे को अगले एक दे दीजिएगा. एनुअल एग्जामिनेशन के बजाय सेमेस्टर एग्जामिनेशन कर लीजिए.
Yeah, it will be better if we can have one tomorrow, day after, and one later.
हाँ, वन मतलब अब कल का दिन अगर वर्किंग नहीं है तो मंडे या ट्यूसडे में एक कर लीजिए मैम, और एक नेक्स्ट मंडे.
चलो, let us discuss amongst ourselves and we'll get back to you about this.
That's what used to happen before also in refreshers and FYPs. We have done 2 refreshers before, everything was not in the end.
No, every place assessment is different. I have recently attended a refresher where there was a assessment every day. There were assignments and quizzes every day.
Yeah, I have also done every day. They were doing quizzes.
So that we can definitely modify, and since we'll get back to you about this. We
Ma'am,
will
because
discuss.
if there are two
We are
different
taking your
MCQ
feedback.
sessions, हाँ, MCQ sessions दो हैं तो it is no point कि एक दिन में दोनों हो.
ठीक है, हमने आपका ले लिया है फीडबैक, हम डिस्कस करके आपको अपडेट कर देंगे जैसे भी हम कर सकते हैं.
Ms. Shrutika, are you here in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Most welcome to the refresher course. As you know, it is being organized by Daulat College in association with the UGC-MMTTC, SGTB Khalsa College. So you are welcome to come and resolve all the queries related to the LMS that participants have been facing. And the participants, you are requested to share with Ms. Shrutika all your queries one by one.
Hello, Ms. Shrutika. This is Dr. Anita Garg Mangla. On the
Yes,
WhatsApp
ma'am.
number which is shared by Dr. Sonika and Dr. Kamna, I've already written the issue. I could enter and enroll in LMS and I was able to see recording day 1, day 2. After that, since past 2 days when I'm logging in, it is showing incorrect password, although the password I had written, it is right. Then I said forgot password. It said you will be receiving a mail which I have not received. So every day I'm sending WhatsApp also and I'm sending forgot password also on my e-class, but I'm not getting any revert, neither on mail nor on WhatsApp.
Ma'am, you can write your mail ID over in the chat box. I'll check and let you know. Also, please note that the letter you are writing on my class are case sensitive. So, uppercase letter should be written as uppercase and lowercase letter should be written as lowercase.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure I'm right.
Okay, you can write. Another thing, participant, please raise your hand one by one. I'll ask everyone to unmute, then you can unmute yourself. I'll take all the queries one by one.
I've written my email in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am. Please wait.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Dr. Neeta Goyal from back.
Ma'am, please wait. I'll go through one by one. Just give me a minute. I just log into my class and then I'll take the queries.
Please raise your hands, whoever has a query.
Yes, one more team member is also joining to resolve the queries one by one. So, Anita ma'am, okay. Aradhna ma'am, can you unmute yourself and share your query?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am, please
audible?
share. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, the same issue is with me also. I'm logging with my email ID and the password which has been mailed to me, but still I'm unable to,
Ma'am, once you change your password, you need to log in with your new password. Have you tried with your new password?
No, I haven't tried yet with a new password.
Ma'am, please.
Not received also the new password.
No. You once you have logged in with the password you are being provided.
No. My problem is that
Yes.
Dr. Ratna, you're muted. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. So the problem is that I'm unable to log in.
Okay, like initially you are not able to log in.
Yes,
have you logged
yes,
in?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you have any account on My Class?
Pardon?
Do you have any previous account on My E-Class?
Yes, I had.
You had. Then try to log in with your previous password if you remember.
Okay.
Try this and then please try this now and please let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Avneet ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
I would need. Is it possible? Kamna ma'am, co-host बनाना पड़ेगा ना कामना है?
Ma'am,
Okay,
I'll
checking.
The one who's host, there is an arrow with the share. You can click on multiple participants. Then no need to make.
Actually, I'm not the host. The college is host of this meeting, so I'm asking them.
I think what's happening, I have an account on my class, but then I'm not able to log in through the previous password as well as the new password. And when I am clicking on login using your account on Google, it is giving me a message. This account is pending email confirmation.
Okay. Ma'am, can you drop
Ma'am,
your mail
same
ID?
issue is for me also. Initially, I logged and I changed my password.
Ma'am, I request everyone to please go one by one, please.
Actually, ma'am, problem was same, so
Yes, ma'am. Now, Usha ma'am, please.
Shrutika ji, you are co-host now.
No, ma'am, I'm not co-host yet. Usha?
Hanji ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I logged in first time when I got the mail and I changed my password to the new. Now I forgot that new password. Now I'm not able to do, and I'm starting from the Google. Then again, it is showing that your email confirmation is pending, but I have not got any mail for confirmation.
Okay.
The same with me, ma'am.
Okay. So can you drop your mail ID in the chat box? Those who have forgotten their password or those who are not able to log in first time or second time, please write your name in the chat box.
Okay, ma'am.
Shrutika ji, are you joined with 2 accounts?
Ma'am, there is one more member from the team.
So I have made one account as a co-host. So can you?
No issues, ma'am. No issues. They are just working by the end. Gayatri, please check Nisha Bala mail ID. Nisha Bala at dr.du.ac.in. Dr. Niyati Singh, can you write your mail ID in the chat box? You have written. Okay. Please wait. Anita ma'am, are you there? Anita ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, there are 2 Anitas. You're talking about Anita Mangla, ma'am?
Hanji. Anita Garg Mangla ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Mangla, are you here? Am I to convey something to her? Shall I call?
Ma'am, her password has been updated and the password that she has received on mail is current password. So she need to log in with that password and then update the password. Like try after 5 minutes. It is being updated.
Right.
Okay. Niyati ma'am, for your Nisha Bala ma'am, your password team is working. Avneet ma'am, your
Okay, ma'am.
password. So we have copied all the mail IDs from the chat box and will update your password to the password that you have received on your mail. Okay. So by the end of the day, you can check your My Class user ID by login. Anita Goyal ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Same issue you are facing?
Ma'am, yes, actually, earlier I may be having an account because I did an FIP from Get TLC, but this time,
Okay.
like, we got the user ID and password. I mean, that time also I must have registered with my official ID only. So when I was logging it with the credentials they have provided, I was not able to log in. It was saying invalid login. And again, when we are doing forgot password, they say ki, like, it will be sent to your registered email ID, but the mail is not coming.
Ma'am, do you
So
have
same
your
issue.
this password?
Yeah, we got a mail earlier on 24th June.
No, ma'am. Do you have the previous password with which you logged into your My Class?
Ma'am, that I don't remember.
Okay. So
Previous
you have dropped
password,
your
but
mail over here now?
yeah. But we are trying to do forget password, but again that is
It's
not
okay.
coming.
It's okay. We'll resolve. Dr. Niyati Singh? Dr.
Hello.
Niyati Singh. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Ma'am, yeah, same issue, but I had also attended the previous my A class. Through mobile, I can log in, but through laptop, I am unable to log in because in mobile, it remembers the password. So, is there any way to retrieve the password if I am telling forget password to or change password का आता है? Then they are asking to type the previous password, which I forgot.
Okay. So, ma'am, do you want us to update your password or not?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, we'll do. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Radhika ma'am?
Hello, ma'am. I'm also facing the same issue.
Okay,
When
have
I'm
you dropped
trying
your
to
mail?
when I'm trying to say forget password and update it, I am not able to receive a mail.
Okay. So have you dropped your mail in the chat box?
That's my email. I'm done.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Have you dropped your mail in the chat box?
Yes, I've dropped the email in chat.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Kalpa.
Ma'am, Anuradha.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I am facing the same problem. I'm not able to log in my e-class account.
Okay, ma'am. Do you have any other account?
Yes, ma'am. Already I have attended a workshop there. I have, but I forget I don't know the username now.
Okay. Have you dropped your mail ID over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we'll resolve.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Kalpa Mandal, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, just a little query that whatever videos and the content which has been uploaded, it remains there forever or it can be removed?
No. Ma'am, it will be removed after like 2 months of your course.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Nisha Bala?
Yes, ma'am.
Any query?
मैम
query
सेम
with
इशू
my class.
सेम मैम और मैम मैंने तो इतने मैसेज भेजे हैं कि मुझे रिवर्ट एक भी आंसर नहीं आया अब तक भी
मैम
मैं तो
एक्चुअली
लास्ट
हमारा
3 डेज
व्हाट्सएप
से
नंबर
भेज
भी
रही हूँ
चल नहीं रहा है, उसमें कुछ टेक्निकल इशू आ गई है, इससे आपको रिप्लाई नहीं मिल रहा है.
बट मैम मेरा ऑलरेडी अकाउंट था आई हैव अटेंडेड एफआईपी इन 2023 आई थिंक बट
मैम आप उसी अकाउंट से लॉगिन कर सकते हैं.
मैम मैंने उससे भी करके देखा अब तो उसमें आ रहा है इनवैलिड लॉगिन और दूसरी बार जब मैं कर रही थी तो अब बोल रहे हैं कि दिस ईमेल इज पेंडिंग एंड नॉट कंफर्म्ड कुछ इस टाइप से लिखा हुआ आ रहा था मैम.
कोई इशू नहीं मैम.
तो मैंने अब तो आपको मेल दिया है अपना कॉलेज का ही निशा बाला @DR वाला.
मैम इससे आपका अकाउंट बना हुआ है?
मैम मेल तो मुझे इसी पे आया है.
रजिस्ट्रेशन का मेल आपको इसी पे आया था माई क्लास का?
हाँ जी मैम.
ओके.
तो मैम मैं तो वेट कर रही हूँ कि अगर सॉल्व हो जाए तो वेरी गुड.
बिल्कुल हो जाएगा मैम.
ओके मैम, थैंक यू.
Anita ma'am, can you unmute?
Yeah,
Dr. Anita
I have not received any mail. Dr.
Ma'am,
Kamna just now told me that your problem is resolved, check mail, but I haven't received any mail.
मैम मेल पे नहीं गया, जो आपके मेल पे ओल्डर पासवर्ड आया था ना, उसी से आप लॉग इन करके देख लीजिए।
Okay, okay, fine.
हाँ जी। डॉक्टर सविता बंसल।
Hello, ma'am. Actually, I'm also facing the same problem. On entering the details, it is showing invalid login details, actually.
Okay. Ma'am, have you written your email ID in the
Yeah,
chat box?
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Savita.bansal@ihc.du.ac.in. I already typed.
Okay, ma'am. Uh, Sorry for the issue. Yes, we are checking. So we have copied all the mail IDs. Any other issue if you're facing, you can unmute yourself and you can tell me.
Shrutika ji, this is Sonika. I have the admin control for the my class, but I am not able to figure out from where I can post an assignment. So that I need to help with that. Maybe I can contact you over phone for that.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So anyone else who is facing problem with LMS? LMS will be sorry.
एक चीज और बोलनी थी कामना जी, अगर if that WhatsApp number is not working and if there's somebody who has missed attending this query session, then where can they contact?
Ma'am, they can drop the message on that number also only. Just there is some technical problem for some hours, it will be resolved.
Okay, and how can I get in touch with you? Your number?
Ma'am, my number is with Kamna ma'am.
Kamna ma'am. Okay, ठीक है.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the participants, in case your query is not resolved. Okay. So Dr. Niyati Singh is asking, in case we have some issue in future, please provide some connection.
Ma'am, you can provide the TLC office number.
Do not worry, Shrutika ji. I am here, Niyati ji. You will be contacting me, and or you can contact the TLC office WhatsApp number. Your query will be resolved. Here, say
And all of
GAD
you
and DRC
can-
both are here to help you out.
And all of you can like in the evening by 9 p.m. you can log in with the password that has been provided in your mail. Like जो आपके पास first mail आया था passwords के साथ, वही आपका password हम लोग update कर रहे हैं. उसी password से आप 9 बजे तक log in कर लीजिएगा.
Ma'am, this is Aradhana here.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, have you solved my query because I'm not able to see the mail?
Aradhana ma'am, I am saying that we have not noted all of your mail IDs and you can log into my class by 9 p.m. today with the mail that has been provided earlier on your mail ID.
Okay,
So
fine.
we are updating the password that has been provided to your mail ID. Please log in with that password only after 9 p.m.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
So in case we do not have any further queries, can we call it a day?
Yes,
Anyone
ma'am.
who has any query with the LMS?
सोने ने LMS के साथ तो मैम इशू नहीं है अभी मतलब like ma'am has said we will try to log in again by 9 o'clock. Sonika ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Anita ji,
Ma'am,
बताइए.
actually earlier I couldn't unmute, so I couldn't ask that about that assignment na.
Yes.
That
Before that,
presentation.
Anita, can we give thanks to Shrutika ji first?
Yeah, sure.
No issues, ma'am.
We can carry on later. So, Shrutika ji, it's very kind of you to come here and resolve all the queries. I would, on behalf of the participants and on behalf of the organizing team, I thank you. And
Thank
I
you, ma'am.
hope there would not be any further issues. And if there are any, we would be inviting you again.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Thank you, Shrutika ji.
Thank you so much.
Anita, sorry for interrupting.
नो मैम इट्स ओके मैम बस मुझे इतना ही पूछना था कि पीपीटी जो मतलब पीपीटी और पोस्टर व्हाटएवर वी आर प्रेजेंटिंग इज इट हैज टू बी अ आइडिया ओनली आई मीन अ न्यू आइडिया और इट कुड बी लाइक एनी टॉपिक दैट वी कैन टेक आई मीन एनी टॉपिक
Yeah, it can be any. It's not. We're not enforcing that it should be a novel new idea. We are just enforcing that it should not be a published idea of yours. You can pick up information related to any field. Either you take data from some national repositories or anything, but not something that is already worked out and done.
Yeah, but we have to. Yeah, we have
so
to.
that we can see your inputs in that. We should be able to see your inputs in that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, fine. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I think Kamla ji, we can just end the meeting now. I think there are no more queries.
Right. So again, let me thank Sonika because she's the one who's leading us ahead in this refresher course. आप पूरे दिन हमारे साथ हैं सोनिका. Sorry.
Thank you.
I am moderating the session, but I take your help again and again.
No, this is something that I have to do. That's my responsibility. I have to do it. And because all these persons who are coming, resource persons, most of them, they have been in contact with me, so they look for me. I understand that at certain times.
That's why I invite you to deliver word of thanks because मेरा उतना नहीं हो पाएगा जितना अच्छे से आप word of thanks दे पाएंगे. So I believe that we'll be meeting tomorrow.
No, Sunday. No,
okay.
Tomorrow is Sunday. All of us will take rest and get rejuvenated and come back on Monday.
Yes, let's meet on Monday. Namaste, everyone, and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We as a team are working very hard. So I hope all of you are enjoying and learning in this process.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Definitely.
Thank you, Dr. Sonika. Thank you, Dr. Kam.
Thank you. See you all on Monday.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye.